Good morning, good day, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a new live stream of yours truly, Dr. Torment. I can already see that people are trickling in. This is always nice to see. Let's see who's already in the chat. Let's see, there's Mrs. Interscare, who I will give special attention on this live stream, and I will also explain as to why very shortly. Let's see. Hey, Cindy. Hello. Welcome. Interscare Sleep as well has arrived. Hello, Interscare. Hello. And who else is here? Of course, my moderator, Jinxie, who will be keeping a close eye on all of you. And I just saw... there she is. Hello, Lulu Bell, one of my dreadful channel members. Hello. As a channel member, Lulu, I do need to say, first of all, thank you for your support. If I haven't said thank you already, pretty sure I did. And also, good news, exclusive works are in the making. So there will be exclusive channel and Patreon content coming out soon. I do not have a certain date yet, but keep Discord close by. I'll definitely put it in there. Let me see. Whoop, YouTube is being a little weird on my end. Stop that. Honestly, you'd think they'd had worked out the little kinks by now, but no. There we are. So for this live stream, I do not have anything really planned out. Usually I have like a few stories ready to go to read out, but today I do not. This is basically an impromptu live stream as it is. Basically, I'm winging it. Very few hectic days, so I guess I should start with a bit of a status update here. So as some of you know, a little while ago, I had a severe system malfunction on my laptop. And a lot of content, about 5 weeks worth of work and actually a lot of my videos that I already had pre-rendered and done got deleted because I had to do a full system reset. Programs were also deleted. It's now, most of it is now reinstalled, but basically what that means is I have to start every single story that I made back then from scratch. Every single video that I had pre-rendered, remake it from scratch, which is never fun. It's a bit tedious, especially because I'm back on my work schedule. As some of you know, I'm also a teacher, and it is September, so I do have my work schedule to to uphold as well. I no longer have the time of freedom as I had in July and August. But this is fine. I've worked with this before for like over a year before the vacation started, so I can do so again. But there is a delay on certain content, which means this month, September, will be fully dedicated to short form content. And with that I mean videos likely of under 5 minutes or so, and they will all be gothic or dark poetry as well. Something simple and nice that I can do easily, while also work on longer content coming for October and November. That's the current emergency planning that is in the works right now. To start off, Saturday will be a poetry upload, for example. It will be short. It'll be like 2, maybe 3 minutes. Not entirely sure with the outro. But yeah, so that's something to expect. I will definitely work on longer poems as well, like 5 minutes or more. But again, I have to keep my time also in check there. All depends on the schedule and stuff. So that's the current status update for the channel. Exclusive content coming, plus a little window what's coming for September. Let me have a little look in the chat, see what all has been said. Oh, Cindy was talking about the cat. Nice. How is Penny, Cindy? How is Penny? Ah, and someone new has entered the chat. Hello, Chaos Machine, and welcome. Hello. Welcome. I just gave a little status update about my channel. So basically in September there will be only dark and gothic poetry featured, because I'm in a bit of an emergency state myself. I've recently done a system reset, lost a lot of content and programs I'm trying to remake at this point from scratch. Takes a lot of time, also a teacher, so, you know, schedule, always fun. Oh, that also said, recently, or in the last live stream, I may have said something about October, or some of you are in the know about a big October project I'm working on. So that one is also postponed because of the system reset and all that has happened. Also, conflicting schedules with certain voice actors and myself. So, yeah, we basically had to push that out up until January. That is all that I'm gonna say about that. So instead of October, the big project will launch in January. Basically, in my view, as a way to say, new year, let's start off with something epic. And trust me, I do plan on it being epic. That also said, I do have a teaser ready for the project, which I will launch in September somewhere. I just want to smooth a few things over. Maybe next week I will plan it in. I'll definitely make a premiere out of it so nobody misses it and can see it on the channel as well. Again, it is something I'm dearly passionate about. It is something that I really want to give my full 100% of quality in it. Can't wait. Actually can't wait. I'm a little sad that we had to postpone it until January though, but you know, that's life. Sometimes you have to make tough choices. This definitely was a tough choice to make, but all in all, everybody is actually happy so far from what I've gathered. Except, of course, Lulu, I see. I know, what a shame, I know, Lulu. But, yeah, it had to be done. It had to be done. That said, I do plan making more teasers, though, and a full-on trailer to reveal who else is in the project as well. So, yeah, bit of a casting trailer, if you will. But I'm still working on that. Also, Chaos Machine, to go back to your previous question on what we are doing, we're also going to do some live reading and hangout. So how this happens is I basically ask the audience, which includes you as well, what you'd like me to read, and I give an option via polls. Now, me personally, I'm inclined to do creepypasta stories because it has been a while. In fact, I actually have 2 ready to read right now. Since we were talking, I found a few short ones. But of course, recommendations are always appreciated. They are always appreciated. I also do dark poetry stuff, mainly Edgar Allan Poe towards the end of the stream, but we'll see how long the stream goes. I usually go about until I'm a little bit tired, and sometimes it's just because I look at the clock and it's like, oh, it's that time already. I should not be here right now. I'm late for something. But this is fine. Everything is okie dokie. Oh, did someone else jump in? Oh, hello, Jen. Welcome. Welcome. Chaos Machine. The classic creepypastas are hit and miss. Yeah, I do understand. Yes, they actually are. The first ever creepypasta I did was actually about 11 months ago in October. It would be like a full year. And I basically went straight for the big one, Slenderman. That one got about 5,000 views. But as soon as I made The Rake, another arguably famous monster from creepypasta, that got about less than 200 views. So yeah, I get that. It's hit and miss. But you know, in my experience, YouTube on its own is hit and miss when it comes to content. Right, and also another thing. This is something that is a little personal. This is something that is also a little bit hard to talk about, but kind of needs to be said. So, again, some may know about something that has happened in the horror narrator community, mainly with Mrs. Interscare. So what happened there is Mrs. Interscare got unfortunately diagnosed with a stage 3B cancer. And of course, she has gotten a lot of support already. And Interscare Sleep, her husband, has started a GoFundMe program to help with the treatment. And basically what's happening with Mrs. Interscare. Now, I say this is personal because me and the family, we have had our run-ins with cancer as well, so it does hit home for me as well. I did my part, or at least I tried to. I gave as much as I could spare to the GoFundMe, and I highly urge everyone to show a little bit of goodwill and help towards your fellow man, and go to the link that my moderator Jinxie is putting in the chat, or go look in the description below. Help out Mrs. Interscare any way you can. I highly urge this. Hold on, we appreciate your support. Thank you so very much. That is no problem at all, Mrs. Interscare. I firmly believe we should all help each other out anyway. I'm a very sympathetic eldritch abomination / entity. Chaos Machine. I did grow up with the classic. That's actually a nice effect. Hold on. That's actually a nice effect. You don't need to undo it, but I do like that. Of course, if you are in a position that you cannot donate anything, nobody judges. Absolutely no one. No one has the right to judge on that, in my opinion. But if you cannot donate anything, then at least I'd ask to spread the word, take the link in the description and spread it in any shape or form that you can. Just go out there and help a fellow man out. Help a fellow human being out, basically. Also got a few memories flooding back on my end. No, I never had it myself, so I cannot really speak about it, about how it is. I was more on the observing end for a cousin that had a run-in with cancer. The short version of it is basically that he was not expected to breathe for another, well, after 3 months, basically. He was not expected to breathe at all. But, well, he has a bit of a dark humor edge on him, so yeah, he basically went and made jokes while he was actually on his quote-unquote deathbed. Now, fortunately, it receded. Miracle or miracle, I know. It fortunately receded, but he hasn't lost his sense of humor about it. And the bastard still uses it today. We are like 4 years after the fact, and my god. I can say that he's my family, so yeah, he's a bastard. But if any of you say it, Jinxie will put you on a timeout. Chaos Machines, well, I hope they can get the help they need. I hope the same, Chaos. I hope the same. I really hope that the GoFundMe will fully reach its goal and more. And just copy paste from the cool fancy text generator. I did the same on. I actually used that same generator as well a while ago. I haven't used that a lot. I haven't used that anymore. Why did I say a lot? Jesus, this has me a little rattled more than I thought. Basically, yes, I also used that same generator a long while ago. I haven't for reasons that are mine own, and I have forgotten. Lulu Bell, my mum is in recovery for lung cancer. I hope she'll get better, Lulu. I really hope she will. House of Jen, it hits for me right now. I just brought up Pop home after he lost this battle. Oh. Struggles for 15 years. Praying for speedy recovery for those who are still fighting, says Mrs. Interscare, and my deepest condolences to those lost, absolutely. My condolences as well, Jen. My condolences as well. Again, Lulu, I really hope your mum will be okay there, and that it will recede and it will basically go away. I hope the treatments will help. The thing is with the treatments, you hear like mixed things about it, and yeah, again, it's nasty. It's just nasty to have and to go through, but anything for survival. Yes, hello Sylvia, welcome to the channel, welcome. Hello, welcome to the chat as well. So a brief rundown for everyone that's new. So you are very welcome, Lulu, you are very welcome, anytime. So again, for anyone that's hopping in and is new to the channel and the live stream, basically status update has happened about coming content in September. I'd say rewind that because it's a lot to say. And a call for support for Mrs. Interscare. Again, if you cannot donate, please share the link in any shape or form that you can. Have a little look on my phone right now because some reason I'm getting text messages at 11:23 p.m. Speak of the devil. So this is basically my my cousin that is texting me. So I don't know if he's watching. Probably not. I would be surprised if he did. But if he does, hey, how you doing? Go to sleep, you. You should not be awake. You have school tomorrow. And if you're not going to go to sleep tomorrow, I'll definitely put you in the hospital myself. I'm kidding. I don't do that. I don't do that to my own family. No. I don't do that to him. Before somebody's going to report me. He's a teacher and he hits kids. First of all, he's not a kid anymore. He's not a kid anymore. He goes to what's the word again? Not university. I want to say high school, but that has a very different meaning in English than it has in my head. Dr. Torment's cousin says Interscare, if you're here watching, blink twice. Okay, I just got the confirmation he is watching, but he had to stop because his father heard a noise. Okay. Alright, son of him to drop in. Again, speak about the devil. House of Jan. Cancer is a different kind of horror, not the one we like. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. Oh, Interscare, by the way, my cousin just texted back. He basically says, tell Interscare that I blinked twice. Oh, you son of a... You bastard. You bastard. Are you still watching? Go to bed, man. Hey, Jesus. Jeez, I'll text your father myself, you bastard. Oh, good lord. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Ooh, this is a nice little story I actually want to save for October. I do have to read it entirely, though. It's a little too much for this live stream. It's a little... Yeah, that's a little too big. Sylvia, you have a lovely picture. It reminds me of someone that I happen to know as well, first off. And this is the kind of channel that reads horror narrations. Yeah, it's basically a horror narration channel. There you go. And this particular live stream is helping out a fellow narrator. And basically a hangout and live reading. There you go. Let me see. As we are nearing the 30-minute mark, I think it feels like 30 minutes. Let me have a look. YouTube Studio, if you dare be... Don't you dare be a problem. Oh, 26 minutes. Close enough. As we are... Alright, so that is Dutch. So, Mrs./Mr. Creamers, I am quite aware. It's not the first time it has shown up. But thank you for the support, and thank you for the compliment. Chaos Machines. Rest in peace, user 666... We forget I said that. Rest in peace, user 666, says Chaos Machines. His hacking skills on YouTube shall be amiss, or shall be amiss. Shall be missed. Thank you, Mr. Creamers. Thank you very much that you came by, and you have a good night. House of Jen. It requires judicious edits for YouTube safety, Dr. T. Jen, if you could elaborate on that, because it translates very different in my head than it I think is the intent. So it requires judicious... I know what judicious means, it's that one. It's just It requires judicious edits for YouTube safety. The sentence on its own, it's not really going through my skull, as it were. And I have a good skull. You can see it on my profile picture. In the meantime, while we wait for that, I am going to prepare the first story. So the first story is described as... it's about a monster. There is a Lovecraftian element in it, which, as you know, is my forte, and ritualistic. It is called Ghoul, and it is written by... Anonymous. Alright, well, that works. Okie dokie. Why always anonymous? I want to give credit to the... Oh, never mind. Alright, so it's called Ghoul. It's on the Creepypasta wiki, and yes, the author is anonymous, which will be our first read in a little bit. It's a bit of a short story, but as I said, I prefer the short ones. They can be just as effective. The story you were talking about a moment ago needs wording changes to not get dinged by the YT gods. Oh? Wait, what story was that? You mean Ghoul? Oh, wait, which story did I mention? Like, I'm sorry, I have the memory of a goldfish at the moment. I have so much on my... I have so much in my head. I have so much in my head right now. If not from work, it's the channel and the things that are happening. I have a lot on my mind right now, also in private, so you have to remind me about what the hell I said myself. I'm so sorry, Jen, to put you through this. Like, do you mean the rake? About that one? Or did you mean about Sunderman? Or both? I do remember talking about that, about the views. But I do get what you're saying, however. So, there's another creepypasta I did around last year. It's called The 7 Gates of Hell. Now, what happened there is, basically there's a certain word that rhymes with a certain fruit that is named grape. That is in the story, and I basically had to, distort edit it out, so you can't really hear the word. It's just like a glitch noise I put over it. But yeah, basically that. I basically did that with the 7 Gates of Hell. There is an uncensored version of it on Patreon for the curious, or you can just go to the 7 Gates of Hell story that I have on YouTube and go to the link that is in the description and read it fully yourself. That's about the only edit I ever made. Regarding that, I'm usually very selective with my stories, that certain trigger words are not in it. But at the same time, I do run a horror narration channel. I do not run a let's gather for lollipops kind of channel, so I've seen that there are people that actually got offended by listening to a horror story. It's, oh no, it's so scary, how dare you put this on YouTube? This is like, oh, kids see this. It's like, well, what did you expect from a horror narration channel, madam and or sir? I mean, that's just stupid. Like, what do you expect? Chaos Machines. Woo, first one to go. User 666, huh? Hello, Angel, and welcome to the chat. I was about to commence the first reading of this live stream. You came in just on time. Hello. House of Jen, no worries, it's not that important. On to the story. Yes, indeed, on to the story. House of Jen, yes. As I said, it is called Ghoul. It's on the Creepypasta wiki, and the writer is anonymous. It has Lovecraftian and ritualistic elements in it, according to the words above the title. So let's dive in. Ghoul by Anonymous. And after this one, I should definitely get a drink. I should not have done what I have. On the most frigid night in January, only a month ago to be exact, my dastardly cousin and I carried out a horrendous deed in the name of a false, dead prophet. Not only were the authorities alerted to our inadmissible actions, but something much worse, between our world and the next, stirred in its slumber and began to wake. We skipped town, bringing with us meager nothing. It's a weird sentence. Bringing with us meager nothing. I'm sorry, the teacher in me is bubbling out. That should not have happened. Excuse me for the interruption there. Through the icy foothills we fled. Through the ravaged wasteland, thought abandoned by life. Yet it was there that we first observed the ghoul we had unleashed. I escaped, but only just. My cousin, bless his soul and wish him the holiest of fate even after his sins committed, went mad at the sight of the ghoul, and I think I nearly may have too, if not for my hasty eyes and my quick thoughts. The nightmarish sounds I endured as I fled will haunt me for the short remainder of my life. The rending of flesh and the crushing of bones and the screams that were not, cannot, and could never be human. The only thing keeping me bound to sane existence was the distant whirring of police sirens and the faintly visible flashing red and blue lights on the horizon. Next was a ruin of a town, where the roofs were dyed fading red, shutters hanging broken at the hinges from windows lacking glass panes, brick streets crumbling with the relentless elements, and terrible sights to be beheld in the surrounding forests. I dared not linger long, but the sirens grew in volume, and an unsettling feeling within my gut worsened with each... No, that's just me correcting again, excuse me. With every passing second. I ducked into the woods without question or thought, understanding that I was at least out of range of the authorities for now. As for the ghoul, though, I knew that I could never be safe, regardless of how far I ran, no matter how well disguised or hidden I could ever be, and whether or not I righted my unforgivable sins. The woods were a mistake, for immediately an appalling silence fell upon me. Not even my feet against the frosty ground created sound. My labored and heavy breaths, suffering because of the airborne chill, were eerily mute as well, and even the sirens fell dead behind me. Adding to my anxiety was the undeniable sense of being watched and followed by a dreadful thing. I moved forward worriedly, my chest rumbling with troubled breaths and uneasy coughs. Sound returned instantly, accompanied by a blinding bluish light, horrific and clashing to my eye. The forest was dyed a sickening turquoise, and the trees around me shook inexplicably. All at once, every tree within an approximate 30-foot radius was uprooted and hurled into the air inexplicably, again, by some unseen superforce. There they floated, dozens of feet above me, while the horrible feeling within me peaked, and an ear-shattering shriek came from all directions. I dropped to the ground, clutching my sure-to-be bleeding ears, and was then thrown into the air. As I ascended, every tree that had previously been raised crashed to the ground with tremendous force, throwing up a massive cloud of soil and frost. I was suspended in the air when a ghoul appeared before me. Its body was black and haphazardly decorated with pulsating blue veins, which seemed to be the origins of the vomit-inducing light. The ghoul, although inhuman to the extreme, had on its face a single humanoid eyeball, below which was a sneering set of wretched jaws lined with innumerable uneven teeth. A set of charred wings, decayed and dead, sprouted from its back. 2 pairs of arms terminating in several dozen fingers dangled limp from its sides, spattered with a deep red fluid. The rest of its body, serpentine, hung slack in the air. I went mad then. Mad as I was, though, I went madder when its face began to shift grotesquely, its single eye vanishing as the meaty black substance that composed the thing bubbled disgustingly and morphed horrifically. The jaws were swallowed by the blackness, and then the center of its face quivered and shrank to a single point, and then a mass of soaked hair slipped out from the point, following by pale flesh and 2 eyes, a nose, ears, and a mouth. It was my cousin's face. And that was Ghoul, written by Anonymous. You know, this is one of those stories, well, it's an interesting premise. I get the idea behind it, but definitely needs work. I like the idea behind it. Needs a bit of work. The description to me, the monster sounded more like a... What if Polyphemus and Aegidna got together and made a kid? And to those who are not known with Greek mythology, Polyphemus is basically the Cyclops that Odysseus blinded, and Aegidna is the mother of Typhon. So there's a bit of Greek mythology for you, brought to you by DrTorment. Which, by the way, fascinating. Weird, but fascinating. But yeah, this is what I wanted to say. This is one of those stories that I would edit. I usually have a rule on that, so normally I do not re-edit stories. I want to stay as close as to how the author wrote it. But when there are like glaring faults in it, I basically ask permission. Can I re-edit it so it can come out better when I'm narrating it? Usually I get a yes, and sometimes they don't like it. Kind of defense. Alfredo Spinello. Good evening, Mr. Torment the Greatest. Hello, Alfredo. Hello, hello, and welcome to the chat. Speaking of the chat, let me just have a look, see how it all is going over there. Angel, you're an angel. And Angel replies, lol, I don't know about all that, Cindy. I try to do good. I had to put my foot down with someone at work today. Ah. Oof. Yeah. Work sucks. That is so true. House of Jen, great premise, needs a beta reader editor to help flesh it out a bit. Yeah, no, basically, yeah, that was basically what I was going for. House of Jen, yes. Definitely needs a beta reader and or editor. Alfredo, I would ask not to, thank you. You're right. Oh, amateur writer, I would call myself. Nothing published, all hobby. S.J. Curtis, hello and welcome. Alfredo, I'm an angel, Tormendo. Bobby Dangerously, hello Bobby and welcome to the live stream as well, hello. Hi everyone, says Bobby, still working but wanted to stop in and say hi. Well, thank you for at least stopping by and say hi. Much appreciated, Bobby, thank you. Let's see, by the way, you guys, you haven't told me how things are on your end. By all means, ladies and gentlemen, do tell, how are you? I've been blabbering about myself now for about 30 minutes before the reading started. Jesus, I'm so selfish. No, but seriously, how is everyone doing? Shannon Hees, hello. Hello, Shannon, and welcome to the live stream. Hello, hello, hello. Angel says, I'm alive. Well, hey, it's something. I'm sorry, Angel. I didn't mean to sound like a douche there. That's basically the state that I'm in as well. Started the live stream, it's like, yeah, I'm alive, I suppose. Shannon says, good, good. And you? Yes, I'm doing very good myself. Shannon, thank you. A little overwhelmed lately, perhaps, with some stuff that has happened. Yeah. Chaos Machines. I'm learning game dev stuff. Oh. Oh my. Game developing stuff, by all means. Do tell more. Now see, I'm a sucker for games. Basically, I'm not really into multiplayer when it comes to games myself, but I am a fan of great gameplay and an extremely good story, and of course designs. Designs is one of the first things you have to promote, I suppose. But that's just me. Start to work with Godot. Godot. Is that like a program? Godot. Angel has a message retracted. Okay, that's... I'm sorry, Angel. Angel says, no offense taken, Doctor, it's all good. Yeah, I get it. If you have to put your foot down for a colleague, it's... Yeah. It's been a stupid day, but good. But sometimes you do need to be assertive. Mr. Spinello, I have a date tomorrow. Could you give me tips? Yes. I do have tips. But I never said I would share, so... Lulu Bell, I got caught in the rain. Storm today. Ugh. I mean, to be fair, Lulu, you do live in England. That's nothing new, is it? Shannon, hard day today. Did a wedding photograph. Ooh. Wedding photography. What's that actually like? Like, I don't know. I know someone else that is also a photographer as well. But the job itself always intrigued me. Like, is it exclusively wedding photography, or is it like commissions? Can you do like commissions outside of weddings as well? Chaos Machines. Yeah, Godot is an open source game engine. Oh, an engine. So basically like Unreal then. Unreal, but different. I do plan to make a spooky point-and-click game. Oh! You have me intrigued, Mr. or Madam Chaos Machines. You have me intrigued now. Because one of the first games I ever played... well, ever played, that's a bit of a stretch. That's definitely a stretch. The very first game I ever played was Mario Brothers. But one of the first games I played on the PC is... what's its name again? God damn it. It's not technically only point and click. There's a lot of clicking involved because, you know, you work with a computer. But one of the first spooky games I played on the PC was... come on, it's one of those pixelated games that was all the rage back then. God damn it. I'm beating myself over the head over it. Come on. Witch's House. Or something like that. The Witch's House? I don't know. Yeah, that. Yes, that. That kind of caught me by surprise. I never thought that pixel games would be, like, scary or something like that. But, trust me, that one was an eye-opener. Oh, God. Alfredo, then you don't have tips if you don't share. There is no reason to... there's also no reason to share my tips because, you know, they're my tips. The only tip I would give Alfredo is basically just be yourself. You know, just be yourself in the situation. Don't pretend to be someone else. It's a bit basic, but it's highly effective. I mean, unless you're an introvert like me, however, then I suppose... I suppose there are situations where you don't have to be 100% yourself, but that's my go-to one. Just be yourself. Cindy is going to clean her kitchen. Okie dokie, Cindy. We'll see you back in a little bit. Lulabelle, the first storm of the autumn season. It's still warm though, so can't complain. Oh, it's storm and warm? I hate that. Isn't that... That's... I never liked the aftermath. It's so humid and dry then. Ugh. S.J. Curtis pitched in what I can. Thank you very much, Curtis. Thank you very much. Thank you for donating to Mrs. Interscare's cause. So once again, there is a link somewhere at the start of the chat that will link to a GoFundMe for the cancer treatment to Mrs. Interscare. If you cannot spare anything, that is alright, but please, in any shape or form, go ahead and share the link around. Any help is always appreciated. Cindy donated a few days ago. House of Jen. Solid advice there, Doc. Thank you, House of Jen. Alfredo. Thank you, Tomodo. Not how my name is spelled. It's literally the channel name. By all means, write it down. Shannon Hayes was good advice. Yes, I'm full of those. I'm full of good advices. Lulubelle, we have had high humidity for weeks. Ugh. Yeah, again, rain. If it's rain and warm at the same time, like, ugh, no thank you. As Jay wishing Mrs. Interscare all the best. Of course, yes, all the best. Oh, but I forgot something. Let me just... So, I'm going to open up a little Q&A in the chat. So, any questions you have for me, doesn't matter really on what. Just click on that Q&A section that will appear in the live chat and ask away, really. Just questions, ask away, start Q&A. Oh, that rhymed. I should be a poet. No, I should not. Cindy Cleveland, sorry. Huh? Cindy, what are you sorry for? No, you already did. You already donated. No need to say sorry for that. I mean, to be fair, I am a little late myself in bringing this to everyone's attention. So if anything, I'm sorry, Mrs. Interscare, that I didn't... I'm just reading the chat, sorry, I was a little distracted. Apologies. If anything, sorry, Mrs. Interscare, that I didn't share it sooner on my media platforms, even though I could have. It's like, a lot of things just happened in a very short time on my end as well. Alfredo, I'm gonna donate you 800 euros if I get my paycheck, Tomodo. Well, donation... The donation is not for me, Alfredo. If you would donate, please go to the GoFundMe link in the description and help Mrs. Interscare. If you are in a charitable mood, that is, of course. Or you can always link the GoFundMe somewhere else that would or could help out, by all means. But honestly, she needs it more than I do. Oh, sorry, Chaos Machines. Excuse me, you did reply there. Hold on. The Witch's House was made in RPG Maker, also a game engine. Ugh, so many engines, I'm doomed. Oh no, you are not doomed. That's just life, Chaos Machines. That is just life. We are doomed from the moment we are born. Wow. That got deep. That got a little deep and grim, even for me. Angel, Mrs. Interscare, sending you all the healing and good vibes. Thank you, Angel, on Mrs. Interscare's behalf. Lulubelle, why is it so quiet? Where are the three minxes? The three minxes, the three princesses, or the empress and the two princesses, are sleeping, unfortunately. But don't worry, we have like all evening. I'm sure they'll drop in on their own at some point. Oh, there are already a few questions in the queue. Usually I have to wait for this. Okay, oh, nice. Questions immediately. From Chaos Machines, what got you into horror? Well, I watched The Thing when I was about 5 or 6 years old. Completely by accident. It just happened to be on the telly while my mum was upstairs showering and took her time because she and the Pops were going out. And the Pops, well, he is the, let's just say he's not one for attention. Anyway, yeah, watched The Thing when I was 5 or 6 years old. I actually found it, that's actually one hell of a movie to start out with if you're that young. So, yeah. So while I was scared out of my mind, I basically watched it again when it was on the rerun that weekend, and I saw the commercials for it. I basically went, oh, that was actually kind of fun. Never felt this way before. I want to have it again. And there we have it. That got me into horror in the broad term. House of Jen. I have heard that you speak many languages. Aside from English, what else do you speak? Well, I don't speak that many languages. So while I'd say English is one of the more dominant languages I do speak, I am from Belgium. Before anyone is going to ask me where I'm from. I am from Belgium, which means I basically already have 3 languages to start on. That would be Dutch, unfortunately French a little bit, and German. And before you ask, yes, I do not like the French language. It's not my cup of tea. From my region, nobody's a real friend to the French-speaking side of Belgium. Trust me, it's a thing. And also some basic Italian. And when I say basic, I do mean basic. It's rusty. I haven't spoken it in a while. But enough to ask for directions and ask how somebody is. SJ Curtis, what got you into spooky stuff at what age? I think I already answered that one. I already answered that one, SJ Curtis. I basically watched The Thing when I was 5 to 6 years old, and then watched it again the day after while it was on the rerun. So, yeah, I find it scared out of my mind, and I found it intriguing. Angel, favorite book, The Lord of the Rings, hands down. Next! And when I say Lord of the Rings, I mean, I basically mean the Silmarillion with that one, not the actual story. That is a second one, though. But I like the Silmarillion more than I do the Lord of the Rings, because of all the setup and history that's in it. So there you go, the Silmarillion. Next question. We have a little look in the chat again. Shannon Hayes, oh, you're from Belgium too. I mean, yeah, I kinda got that. Don't worry about it. I am observant with names. House of Jen, which version of The Thing? Which version of The Thing? Well, definitely not the 2014 one. Oh wait, that's the prequel. Basically John Carpenter's The Thing, House of Jen. SJ Curses, that answers my question too. Well, I still answered it, even though it's a shorter version, what I told Chaos Machines. Which reminds me, Chaos Machines, is there, and there's a question for you, by the way, since you are a game developer, but besides Godot, is there a other engine that you prefer to use yourself? Also, welcome back, Cindy Cleveland. Welcome back. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. Welcome back. I trust the kitchen is nice and clean right now. I have a Q&A running if you want to ask me a certain question, if something pops to mind, by all means. All topics are welcome. Well, most topics. Within reason, of course. Cryptic Tales, hello and welcome to the live stream. I haven't seen you in a minute. I have a question. Why did you do so well in the documentary? Thank you, Cryptic, thank you. So, if you're not in the know, Cryptic Tales and I had a collaboration a very short while ago. By all means, go to his channel, look it up. It's about mysteries in space. I also have it on my community tab. Go ahead and look for it. It's a good documentary. Makes you really wonder what's out there. The truth is out there. Hello, that was my crappy recreation of the X-Files. And I did so well because I can. I can do so well, Cryptic. But thank you, and again, welcome. Shannon, I'm from Duinkerke. Really? Oh, that's at the coast. If I remember correctly, West Flanders, yes? Gonna have a little look at the Q&A again. Also, ladies and gentlemen, in a little bit I will be doing the first break of the stream, just so you know. S.J. Curtis, what do you call a citizen of Belgium? A Belgiumian? A Belgianite? Well, Curtis, we call ourselves Belgians. If you need the spelling of it, well, Belgian. There you go, that's what we call ourselves. In the broad terms, we have very colorful names for ourselves, but that's the one we are going with today. Now Lulubelle is in her kitchen cooking sausages. Nice. Sometimes it's the simple things that makes one happy. Cryptic Tales. You know, you could have told you were doing a live stream after my working hours. I would have worked out perfectly since tomorrow. And well, Cryptic, this was never meant to be a guest live stream. I mean, I basically put it out since Monday on the channel, so if you missed it, that's kinda on you, my friend. But that said, I just wanted a nice little solo live stream about the status of the channel, which, Lulubelle, Belgianese. Yes, Belgianese, yes, let's call Belgians from now on Belgianese. Indeed, Lulu. I like that one. Cryptic, back to your question there. So this was just meant to be a solo live stream. I have a lot on my mind right now. I just wanted to do a nice little solo thing. Update everyone on the state of the channel and the upcoming schedule. And also that the special project that I had going on for October has been postponed until January. There will be a teaser of it coming very, very soon. Still in this month. But yeah, I'm excited for it. I'm still excited for it, even though we had to postpone it for 3 more months. But it's in everybody's best interest, especially scheduling-wise. I'm still laughing at Belgianese. Oh, thank you, Lord. Thank you for that, Lulu. Oh, Jinxie, if you would be so kind, could you please put another link for the GoFundMe for Mrs. Interscare? Thank you. So again, for any new people, I'm basically also focusing for Mrs. Interscare to get all the help she can for her treatment on her stage 3B cancer. Again, if you cannot donate, that is fine, but please do take the link and share it around. Any help is welcome help. As I said, I'm making that a little bit of a focus here today. But with that said, I'm going to issue in the first break. Let me just have a little look at the Q&A. Oh, there you go. House of Jen, what made you decide on your live format? 30-minute story, break, intermission, etc. Did it develop over time? Were you inspired by another creator? A bit of both. actually, House of Jen, now that you asked it. A bit of both. So, what happened there is, first I first was a guest, I believe, of 242 Reads. And it's not the one that inspired me to do live streams myself, of course, but I did get a notion about how she works. Not necessarily with the breaks, that was me. But say the waiting period before a live stream begins, that is something that she does as well. Like, you know, give the chance to let people trickle in and get settled, basically. Basically like entering the theater to watch a movie, right? Settle in, enjoy each other's company, and wait until the show starts. So that was inspired by 242 Reads. The break every now and then, that was basically my contribution, but I do believe that other creators are doing the same thing. I mean, it's only natural. I suppose my biggest inspiration for that one would be Lady Spucaria. Sometimes she takes breaks in between the live streams to stretch and, you know, move a little around, because sitting in your chair for about 2 to 3 hours straight, yeah, I can get it if you need a break and need to stretch a little. I usually use my break for, well, just to get a drink or two. I think I've covered that. Then I think I've covered everything. As for the outro, I basically use the outro I do on every other video. And I think when it comes to live streams, the overall theme and atmosphere that is on the screen right now, well, I basically went with green is the theme, and so is madhouses or asylums. So I went with that, and I can't help it if it works that well. Oh, that sounds cocky. I'm so sorry, but yes. That is that question answered. A bit long, but it is. So once again, I'm going to take a break now. It's gonna be around 5 minutes. I'll be back then, by all means, if you have any other questions or wanting to know things. There is a Q&A up in the live chat. Click on that and ask away. And can be any topic, but of course within reason. Before I go for the break, however, I once again invite everyone to go ahead to the description or look at the link that Jinxie has put on the chat. Go and help Mrs. Interscare any shape or form that you can, be that sharing the link or donate directly to her cause. And of course, if you're in the description, by all means, also have a look in the link tree. I do have a Spotify channel as well for those who prefer to listen to stories on that medium. And of course, there are ways to support the channel itself as well. That via, what's it called again? Get Me a Coffee, I suppose? Yes, Get Me a Coffee and Patreon, that's all there. And once again, for channel members and Patreon members, exclusive content is coming very soon. It actually was done, but, you know, system reset, deleted. I have to start all over again. But yeah, that's actually all I have to say. And now we go on to our break. I'll see you very, very soon again. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I have returned. Break is over. Lulu, I am so glad that you were at the bar today. Thank you for the whiskeys. So, what has all happened? Well, we were on our break. What did you lot do? So, if you made a mess of my office, there will be hell to pay. Actually, is hell one of those trigger words one shouldn't say on a live stream? I don't know, it's so confusing with YouTube, what is allowed and what not. So, just the other day, I watched one of those content farm channels, because I was curious, how the hell is this allowed on YouTube? Because, my god, the kind of content they make, it's like labeled for kids, but it definitely should never ever be for kids. Like, oh my god, why? Oh, yeah, YouTube is weird like that. Unbelievable. Let me see. Angel did not find the hidden candy. Well, of course you didn't find it. The whole point of it is that it is hidden, Angel. If it's not well hidden, well, what's the point? If you found it, it's like, no, it's hidden for a reason. That is also my private, stash, so stay away. Okay, no new questions in the Q&A. Okie dokie, got that. Back to the live chat it is. Can you believe I actually got up and went to refill my glass. I came back to sit down and now I notice my glass is still empty. Oh god, what a brain fart. Hold on, I'll be right back. Maybe I wake the cats while I do it because they've been... I saw one of them looking this way, so... Hold on, be just a minute. It's not gonna take long at all. A little bit of water because it's necessary for the throat. Portobello Road, street of ancients are stone. Here we are. Now I've got my drink. Now we can proceed properly. Good. Angel, if it's not there, I don't know what happened. Well, again, it's called hidden candy, Angel. But I must admit, I do love a few shenanigans here and there, but that's between you and me. Let's see here. Ooh, also, today I had a little blast of childhood again. I'm someone that really is into nostalgia. And today I watch Broomsticks and Bedknobs. Whoever is not familiar with that movie, watch it. It is fun. F-U-N. Something we lack nowadays, in my oh so humble opinion. Lulu Bell, how are your feelings towards the Swiss population? Because I'm eating their chocolate.
You are what?
No, it's fine. I'm fine with the Swiss, really. Like, I never really got that they were known for their chocolate up until I saw a Simpsons episode, I suppose it is. Yes, I watched a Simpsons episode at one point. The Swedish were there. Oh, Swedish, what am I saying? The Swiss, excuse me. And the Swiss were basically there as a chocolate meme, as it were. But yeah, I didn't know that they were known for that chocolate until I watched that episode, asked my mum, and well, she basically confirmed it. I had no idea. It's been years since I watched that film. I know, for me as well. The last time I watched that movie, I wasn't even 10. Oh god, that was a long time ago. Jesus, 21 years. My god. So, yes, basically I watched it today, and the Portobello Road song is just stuck in my head. It's my favorite one, I suppose. Lulubel, I do have Belgium chocolate as well. By all means, drop the Swiss and eat that instead. Oh, that's so nice, Lulu. Belguine? Belguine? Lulu, that almost sounds elfish to me. Like, I think I need to look at a map of Middle Earth, see if that's not a actual place. It sounds like it should be, since there is an Anduin river on it. But Belguine, And yes, I am busting you a little bit. Oh, Jinxie is gonna do that laundry. About time, by all means. Jinxie, yes, do that immediately. Dreadful Anecdotes, welcome, hello, welcome to the live stream. Hello, hello, Governor, and welcome. How are you doing? Are you doing okay? So, for those also who do not know, Dreadful Anecdotes, another wonderful narrator that I sometimes collaborate with, and he also released a new video today. By all means, go to his channel, subscribe, have a look, you'll love it. DrTorment brand of appreciation and quality, right there. Ah, stupid Portobello Road song, good lord. How dare you be stuck in my head like this? Shut it. Shut up. Let me see. Let me prepare the second reading of today. So this one is described as being demonic and ritualistic as well. I have a thing for rituals. Leave me be. Let's see. It's called The Bold Man. Oh, hold on. Let me say that in Americanese. Hold on, because the way I say it, it doesn't convey what I try to say. The Bald Man. There we go. My finest casual American. I'm so sorry. Any Americans here, I do not mean any offense with it. So sorry with that. So it's called The Bold Man, and I think this one had a name? No, also anonymous. Alright, fine. Fine then, Creepypasta Wiki, keep your secrets. Demonic and ritualistic, we are going to go in a short while. I'm just gonna have a little sip. Look in the chat. Dreadful, it's been a rough couple of days to say the least, but I do live, or whatever constitutes for living, I suppose. Work and other more personal matters. How are you doing, sir? Oh, I'm doing fine, Dreadful. A lot of my mind as well, in private and channel-wise. A lot on my mind, a lot of work to do. But other than that, yes, I am also in a state of being alive. Fritch Reaver, also hello and welcome. Welcome to the live stream. I was about to start the second reading of today. We are in 1 hour, 22 minutes? 23 minutes. Oh, fair enough. Oh wow, that was actually close. Fritch says, clicking the like button, I sneaked into the chat, ready for anything cozy and comfy, as befits a horror chat. Ah, alright then. Welcome. As I said, I was about to start the second reading. It's called The Bald Man. It's supposed to be demonic and ritualistic, so we'll see what we'll get out of that. Rich Reaver says, good recovery to you. Well, I'm not entirely... Well, I have nothing with me going on physically. I meant more like family stuff as well. Familial drama. Italians, we do love our dramas. But if anyone does need a good recovery, once again, I will point again to the description and to the link that Jinxie has put in the chat 2 times by now, I think. And it is a speedy and great recovery for Mrs. Interscare. Once again, a GoFundMe in the description. Have a look. If you cannot donate, by all means, spread the link. Any help is welcome help. Now then, with that all done, let me go into the reading of The Bald Man. A creepypasta story wiki. What? Creepypasta story wiki? Creepypasta wiki story. I'm a professional narrator. I am a street dweller, a creature of the night. Central Park is my half-time home. There are many who live life like I do. We come out at midnight and live aimlessly, stumbling through the park, rambling, starting conversations with strangers, exchanging madness for madness. We know nobody. We are bohemians of the first degree. We never meet the same person twice. There was a philosopher called Diogenes who carried a lantern around, searching for one honest man. He never found one. Nobody has a soul, nobody is real. That is our code. We live like Diogenes, searching for one honest man, one with a soul, one we can rely on. Nobody had a soul, truly. But on this cool October night, I was ready to break this bohemian code of living, to know someone. For I had stumbled on an exceptional bald man. We discussed modern times and our lifestyle. He was as simple as could be. He had no thought for politics, no issue you could name concerned him. He was a simple man, a man with a soul, an honest man. I arranged to meet with him at the same place in a week. He did not care to follow the code of us bohemians, as he followed nobody, and agreed. I met him again, just as arranged. I asked him all sorts of things. It was a grand conversation. For the first time in my life, I knew pure and simple joy. I was talking with an honest man. Sadly, that joy would soon be crushed, for he failed to keep the next appointment. I was not let down, for I knew no honest man could survive in today's world. Honesty and a soul are valuable qualities and easily lost. However, expecting him to arrive, I waited all night, drinking the absinthe that the poets of the early 20th century did. I valued absinthe. It was my substitute for honesty and the soul. Absinthe has strange qualities. I often wondered if it causes delusions that stray us from reality, or if it gives us another sight. I let myself slip into the void, and let visions fill my eyes. Things that lived like me began to walk past me, things that had no place, no home, dwellers of the night, older than Diogenes, older than men. The bald man never arrived, and the day came. I stayed in that spot all day, waiting for the bald man. Days always was... Day was always too real for me. I even fell asleep several times. The cool air of night and the pure fluidity of what we call reality in those hours is my world. We have lost the secrets that primal things held, the secrets of honesty and how the world works, replacing them with the artifice of science and religion. Night fell, and I was about to swallow more absinthe. Lo and behold, though, the creatures of old, the glorious primal fears of man at the very dawn of man, had not left my vision. The bald man was even among them, walking with them, being simple and honest, living their way. I attempted to converse with him, to know more about his simple way of life, but he was completely deaf to my ears. Why, after all, should a man as honest as him bother himself with just another bohemian such as me? I was unworthy, and I knew it. In shame so ever wroth, I swallowed more absinthe. More creatures of the night began to walk among the dark road. Checking my watch, I noticed that not a minute had passed since night had befallen. That bothered me not. Eternal night would be so glorious, so honest, and so pure. I watched the primal fears of man and their mannerisms. They were so incorruptible that I wondered how men had strayed from their path of simplicity and pure beauty. Wanting to see more, I swallowed more absinthe and began giving myself doses of opium, the purity of purities. The sacred things now grew solid and tangible. What a blasphemy modern society is to have removed them. The bold man even grew solid and tangible, and we conversed as we had in nights past. I had no opinions anymore, not a care for modern society. I had grown simple and pure like the bald man. I began to walk like these primal things, talking with the bald man, and not a minute passed. I was living the life of these beautiful creatures, older than men. Eternal night has fallen on me. I live honestly and purely, for I no longer live. If one does care to become honest and pure, dwell in Central Park when night has fallen. The bald man or I might decide to converse with you. Make appointments with us, and have absinthe and opium ready. You may be lucky enough to become pure, to become true, to live honestly, and to live no longer. And there we have it, The Bold Man, written by Anonymous, I suppose. Alright, that one, I wouldn't call this one demonic or devilish. This one I would firmly place into mystery or even Lovecraftian-ish with some of the descriptions. Like, yeah, that's... I like this. This is nice. This was nice, short, cohesive, and with not as many errors, basically. Kind of something to think about, which I like. If something makes you think, I say that's mission accomplished, basically. Ah, Jinxie is back. Hello. And Michelle. Hello, Michelle. Welcome to the live stream. Hello, hello, hello. An exceptionally bold man. This is dreadful. Oh, an exceptionally bold man, you say? Well, I didn't say it. The author did. Michelle, welcome to the live stream. Welcome. Hello, hello, hello. Fruit Reaver. Bleh. The bold man got himself a junkie stalker. Huh. Didn't cross my mind until now. Yeah, I suppose he did. Yeah, I suppose he does. Or maybe the bold man has a new pawn to work off with. I'm going with the latter, it's more fun. Lulubelle, bold men are happy now. They have not forgotten. No, they do not. Dreadful anecdotes. Might just be me, but the bold man felt like an incarnation of Nyarlathotep. Hey, now... There you go. There is an idea. Huh. See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. If a story makes you think like that, even though it's like mysterious and doesn't give you answers, if it gives you the option to think for yourself and basically make up a headcanon with what you want to live with, I say it's a mission accomplished. So, Michelle, I hope you're taking notes. Being ambiguous is a fun thing to do. Fridge Reaver, your words into my dragon ears. Okie dokie. I do not know what that word is. Yeah, oh, I love it. Is that an actual word? If it is, I want to know the definition of that word. That is like, yes, I like new words. Michelle Grimm, as you already know. Of course I know this. I said it. Angel, dinner time for me. If I don't make it back, have a good night day, everyone. Don't worry, Angel. We'll be here for a little while still. We will be here for a little while still, but you go and have dinner. Enjoy. Bon appetit. Retriever, vive seem to be the pronouns for pansexual. Is it? I'm not familiar. Like, just because I speak certain languages doesn't mean I'm intimately aware of what's happening in said languages. But alright, good to hear. At least I got that now. I think I was confused because I read it as one word, fridge, and said I'm used to when the pronoun game comes up that there is basically slashes in between the words. So I basically took that like, oh, is that that's a word I do not know. Vivisfer, that's a nice word. Vivisfer. But all right, thank you for educating me on that. Michelle Grimm, and you do it relentlessly. Well, it wouldn't be fun if I didn't do it relentlessly. Fridge Reaver, the angel who died at dinner, Agatha Christie stuff. That angel. Ah, because she goes to dinner. All right, got it. I was like, what does Agatha Christie have to do with this? Oh, right, dinner. Dreadful anecdotes. Did you by chance get my question? Oh, you asked a question. Hold on, let me go ahead. Dreadful anecdotes. Which was the first horror story that really made your blood run cold? Now, there is a question. Are we counting movies as well? Or is this strictly books? Dreadful. Give a little sip of the water. The water is... that is very refreshing. That's good water. Ah. So, Dreadful, you mean from the written medium. Okay. Books, creepypasta, short stories, yada yada. The First story. There was a story, but for the love of me, I cannot remember it. Like, again, so long ago. This was before creepypasta was a thing. This was before creepypasta was a thing. Where the hell did I read it on? Not a computer. I kinda had a little... I do have 3 cats right now, I want to reiterate that. But that particular story made me have a phobia for cats when I was first reading it. And was meant for a school assignment. Teacher was like, "Oh, don't worry, this one is not that scary." Yeah, well. And before you go, Pet Cemetery. No, it was not Pet Cemetery. Although that was its own frights when I finally saw the movie. The old movie, not the remake of it. But yeah, that was its own fright. No, come on. Come on, what was... I feel like it's on the tip of my tongue. Like, it's actually... I think it's actually quite well known as well. The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. There you go. My god, the things that happened in there... No, I was not prepared for that. Maybe it's because of what happened to the animal and what happened after what happened to the animal. But, that was a big nope for me back then. I avoided all the cats in my life since that story for a few years. I did not like the cat that my great-grandmother had, because that was a black cat. So, no, thank you, go away, ugh. Oh, hello, Duchess of Darkness. Hello, welcome, Duchess. Hello. How are you? So, Dreadful, to answer your question, The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. It's a short story. Come to think of it again. No. Like, it's not really something to write home about right now. I'd say, like, now I would never consider it as a horror story, but it got me back then when I was a kid and weak of the mind. Lulubelle, my nan had a black cat. She was beautiful. I'm sure they were. I'm sure that the cat was beautiful, but yeah, after I read that story, especially black cats, it's like, nah, stay away from me. I don't want to see you. Fridge Reaver, I remember Stephen King's cat story, vaguely so. Ooh, Fridge, is that Pet Cemetery you're referencing there? I think it is. Or does he have another cat story? I'd actually be surprised if he does. I have not read a lot about Stephen King, actually. I do have a few books on my shelf, most noticeably being It, which I did read when I was 14-ish. 14 on my way to 15, let's say. That's when I started reading It, and my god, that's one hell of a book to start with when you're 14 to 15 years old. Jesus, difficult to read. Fridge Reaver, nah, demonic cat killing abusive owner while he drives a car. That sounds familiar. Not Pet Cemetery, no, but it does sound familiar. Gonna have a look in that one. Let me see to the... Dreadful Anecdotes. Telltale Heart had the same effect on me. Wrote a paper on it back in the day. Also, The Metamorphosis by Kafka, albeit not pure horror, does tingle that existential dread within. Oh. That is not something I've read. Well, that's going on the list. Where's my... No, that one's going on my list. The Metamorphosis by Kafka. I have a feeling this is one of those books that is widely known and it just went over my head. That happens a lot. There we go. Lulu says, Duchess, hello, nice to see you. Yes, indeed. It is nice to see Duchess coming around. Oh, sorry, Fritch. Oh my God, I just saw your comment over here. So Fritch Reaver says, yeah, if I find time, then I note in my text that some are written for zero-budget actors considering short film adaptations. Yeah, get that. Fritch Reaver also says, yeah, I'm 52 now, read those as paperbacks back in my youth. Oof. Yeah, man. Paperbacks, oh. I don't know what it is, but I cannot read paperbacks. I hate them. Like, if it's a really short story, sure, but if it's like a full-time book, I want the hardcovers. It's fancy, and I like that. I like hardcovers. There. Michelle Grimm. Car's Eye? Car's Eye? Cars? Or is that supposed to be Cat's Eye, Michelle? Anyway, is blah blah Eye is a bunch of short stories by him that all have the cat in common. He witnessed all the stories. Very cool. Ooh, very cool even. Dreadful Anecdotes. Is this about... Ah, that's about the Metamorphoses. It's fairly short, about 70 pages. Dreadful, I do have another question concerning the Metamorphoses by Kafka. Is it in the public domain by chance, or is it a newer story? Because if it is in the public domain, I'd love to have a narration on that if it got you like that. Fritch Reaver, it is why the dreadful tome chose a violent slasher movie style climax. Normally Lovecraftian goes subtle. Fair enough. You know, when it comes to that kind of content, Fritch, I basically can go either way. It really depends on my mood. So sometimes I just love watching like mindless slasher things. Yay, teens getting chopped to bits. Take that, you stupid teens. But sometimes I also do like the creeping horror that Lovecraft provides, or Lovecraftian content provides. It's something that creeps up on you and can stay in your head. Makes you think. Like I said, if a story can make you think, it's mission accomplished. Michelle Grimm, Cat's Eye by Stephen King. Ah, Cat's Eye, alright, got that. Gonna have a look on that. That's the only cat story companion he has. Good. Dreadful Anecdotes, story published in 1916. That makes it public domain, I think. Yes, let me have a look-see. I think it is. It's by 2016. That's over 100 years when out. Should be. But then again, sometimes they're like special protections for certain things. So let's first do our research, people. The Metamorphoses, public domain. Oh, no. Yes, it is in the public domain. Good. Always do your research, people. Rich Reaver, yeah, I had to rewrite some stories when narrators rejected me. Oh, that's not... that. Why would they reject you, though? Happens to the best of us. I mean, yeah, it happens to the best of us, but... You know... Here's the thing. I could maybe forget... Sometimes, especially now with my busy days that I've mentioned, I could maybe forget putting a certain story on a schedule. If some time has passed, I could make that mistake, but outright reject a story has, to my account, never happened. I mean, unless you're like giving me My Little Pony content. I mean, again, I'm a horror narration channel. Present me with a horror story, not My Little Pony. But yeah, I never saw any reason to reject stories because I'm in no position to reject stories for stupid reasons. Let me see. Fridge has responded with tricky topics, only a dream, Jesus depicted as a transsexual, or just as a transsexual Jesus. Religious folks scorn such. Yeah, see, I seriously would not outright reject stories like this. Because, you know, only a dream, that's like a stupid reason to say no to, because nightmares can be frightening enough sometimes. Not to everybody, but sometimes it can be just as effective. Jesus depicted as a transsexual Jesus, I mean, why not? By all means, go nuts, man. The whole point of being a horror story channel is not only to scare people, but, you know, present something that basically has not been touched upon. And that's one of those things. Let's see, religious folks and scorn much. I mean, go on YouTube and by all means search up the Westboro Baptist Church. That is basically only religious scorn. Tricky topics. I mean, tricky topics. Jesus, I mean, I mean those are, in my opinion, those are no legit reasons to start rejecting things. Like, I could get maybe the one about Jesus being trans. Maybe I could understand why people would rather be like, nah. Depending on what happens in the books, in lieu of intimacy. I would not like start narrating about explicit scenes of intimacy happening in stories, or if it swears too much. That would be my only two reasons at this point. Not too many swears, and no explicit intimate scenes, or traumatic intimate scenes, that is. So yeah, those would be my only reasons for rejecting a story, basically. Let me see. Fridge Reaver says, yeah, but on trans, I cannot pay, and I respect volunteers, trans people, not taking any risks. Also, we will one day hear what the narration of the dreadful tome by DrTorment will be. DrTorment. Saying DrTorment twice there. So I just want to reiterate this also to people in the chat. So basically spell out DrTorment. It highlights that for me as I think an automatic setting on YouTube, just to make sure like, hey, by the way, this one guy is like talking to you. So you don't really need to put the at in front of the name if you're typing it. So don't worry, it'll just highlight it automatically for me. Dreadful Anecdote says, did you ever read Watership Down or Plague Dogs? If you enjoy them, you might enjoy Philaday by Afik. Basically, very dark, grim noir, quite disturbing at times. Also, the lead is a cat. I know all three of those titles, Dreadful. Not from the books, but from the animations. And that is some traumatizing stuff. That stuff traumatized me more than any other animation done. My god, especially Philaday. Oh god, I was not ready for that as a kid. I learned the term adult animation as I was watching those three specifically. My god, it gets dark. Especially Watership Down. Like, I know there's like a kid-friendly show of it back in the day, but no, it is not kid-friendly. The original movie, it is definitely not kid-friendly. Oh god, the haunting screams of those rabbits. Oh, I'm not okay. It still gives me the heebie-jeebies. Plague Dog has been a little longer. I do not recall any details of it, but yeah, it had some imagery in it. And again, Philaday, that was a trip and a half. Oh god. I did recently watched a YouTube video of a poem called The Cat Piano. Maybe we can watch that all together, chat. What do you think? Should I put on the cat piano on the live stream? Let us enjoy together. It takes a few minutes, but it's so well done. Independent animator as well, I think. It's a video of over 14 years old, but seriously, you would not be able to tell. So is that something you would want me to do, chat? Present the video here on the live stream. I will basically be screen sharing, but that's about the gist of it. We first have a little look at questions. Jinxie is asking, can I have my kitties back? No, you cannot have my kitties back. No, they are mine. What? They are not yours. Dreadful Anecdote says, might as well check out The Cat with Hands. That already sounds disturbing to me. While we're at that, in that case, The Cat with Hands. Do not know it, but that title alone has me like, ugh. And there's something about... there's something about that quality. I've seen an episode of Adventure Time. Yes, haha, DrTorment watches Adventure Time. Boo-hoo. Basically, I've seen Adventure Time episodes when I was watching with my cousin, who is younger, and watches those things when I babysit him, basically. And what happens there is, at one episode, there's a deer that has, like, human-like hands, and I don't know, that just did not flick right in my head. That was just creepy as all hell. Like, nah, what the hell? Get that off my television. Wash the television when you have, when you're done watching that. That was, No, thank you very much. Fridge Reaver, I fell for Flickr Horror. Oh, well. Stupid heart symbol is in my way. I fell for Flickr Horror by hashtag ThrillerTeller on White on YouTube some years ago. Flickr Horror. Again, not familiar with that one myself. I am familiar with the name ThrillerTeller though. Not recently, but also like from way back in the day. I mean, I am familiar. Yeah, I'm familiar with that name, but I'm not familiar with if that's a video or a playlist. I'm not familiar with Flickr Horror. No. But let me just have a look at the cat piano. Hello? Laptop? Oh, please, no. Everything is frozen. Please don't tell me it's about to crash. Oh, good. So to anyone jumping in new, in the past I've had some troubles with the streams just outright crashing without any reason. I'm glad to see it hasn't happened the last 2 times now. I do believe the reinstall, since the system reset, has helped. Very glad for that. Because usually it starts being finicky in about an hour in. Also, once again, the Q&A is still up and running for anyone that has any questions that comes to mind. Of course, within reason. Just have a look. I did promise the cat piano. Dreadful, that one you mentioned, the cat with hands, by the way. Is that, like, explicit, or... Nah. I love how I do have the video in front of me now. It takes about 8 minutes or so. I do love how the cat piano is a poem to start with, but they do not credit the poet. So let me just do it for you here. Or did they make it themselves? Hold on, they could also have made it themselves. The Cat Piano by Jill Alexander Esbaum. So I do not know if this is I do not know if this is the person that has this YouTube channel. But just so everybody knows, the video that I'm about to show you is basically a poetic narration called The Cat Piano, and it is written by Jill Alexander Esbaum. I am not sure if this is the holder of that particular channel itself. I'm not entirely sure if that's holder. What the hell? I'm not entirely sure if that's the owner of the channel itself. But yeah, I'm about to show you. Doesn't matter. I'm about to show you. Where is my transition thingy? Transition thingy. Hello. Oh, dreadful. Dreadful anecdotes. Nope. Well, it has no sexual content in it, if that's what you're asking. No, it meant basically too gory. Some slightly gorish content, but barely. It has some quite impressive stop motion. Ooh, it's stop motion. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is what we are going to do after the cat piano, I suppose, then. Where is my transition button? Transition button. Hello? Hello, transition. Hello, hello. Ah, there you are. Ah, stupid button. No, not hide on hide. We don't want that. No, good. Don't be stupid, transition button, please. Ah, got it to work. Yay. Alright, transition button is working. Just gonna test a few more things on my end. Don't worry about it. It's fine, as Lady Spokaria would say. It's fine. It's all fine. Yes, that works. Excellent. And let's hope the stream will not crash as I transition from one screen to the other. Because that has happened before. Not a fan of that. And here we go. Alright, screen is up, and we are not crashing. That is wonderful and terrific news. Huzzah! Excellent. Most excellent indeed. Let me just have another look at what is happening in the chat before we start. House of Jen. Ooh, looks like I got back just in time. Indeed, you did, House of Jen. So what we are about to watch is basically, we are going to watch a YouTube video. It is called The Cat Piano. It's a bit of an... It's about 14 years old, but it's one of those YouTube videos that always stuck with me when I was younger. And after that, we are going to watch Dreadful Anecdotes' recommendation, which is called The Cat with Hands. Kind of looking forward to that one, even though animals with hands is very, very damn scary. Like I said, Adventure Time, Deer with Hands, look it up. It is, I don't know, it's, ugh. Dreadful Anecdotes, the olden gods seem to have heard your prayers, indeed, but let's wait until I go out of that screen as well. So then, without any further ado, let us begin, let us proceed, and do let me know if the sound is right, chat. I do need to know this. And here we go.
Long ago, my city's luminous heart beat with the song of 4,000 cats, crooners who shone in the moonlight mimicry of the spotlight, jazz singers, hip cats that went scat, buskers with open-mouthed hats hungry for a fee. Parlors paraded purring glamorous songstresses, smoky hookers and smoking hookers. Strays strummed, stringing, sung a cocktail of cat's tails, a decadent party of meowing sound, a bohemian behemoth post-midnight soiree. Amongst the chorale of tuneful ones was one fair queen who drew me from o'er the way. Her fur an amorous white, and a voice that made all the angels of eternity sound tone deaf. Blind with love at first sight, touched by the taste of her sound, I longed to be the microphone she cradled near her breast. 'Twas our Shangri-La of sound, a paradise found where nothing could stop us, or so it seemed. Singers began to vanish like sailors lost at sea, snatched from stage alleyway, shanghaied from behind scarlet curtain. Into thin air they disappeared without a single cry. Police study the clues, footprints from human shoes. So you've heard of every instrument but torn from your history books is this pianola, this harpsichord of harm, the cruelest instrument to spawn from man's grey cerebral soup, the cat piano. Confined were the cats in a row of cages, with each note struck upon its ivory tusk. A sharpened nail would pierce each cat's tail, forcing a note from each pitch on the scale. I ran my cursed writer's run to tell her, beware. She wasn't there. My soul capsized like a fish paralyzed on a chopping board, its spinal cord ripped forth from its body, her vocals the last the thief had needed, a rare celestial pitch that would complete his collection. The city in unrest. Fights broke out in its sleep. I couldn't dream anymore. There was a hole in my heart, and everything fell out of it. All music forbidden. Keep your lullabies hidden, and your A and E minors off the street after dark. My town grew cold and bitter. In icy hibernation was the once thumping heart, now seizing up, freezing up. Cats and clavier. The torturous worm of sound burrowed deep into my ears. Le piano de chat. I thought of Van Gogh. Let go, piano. I'd put an end to this incessant, inescapable drone. Snap. I, the general, declared war. Poised with tooth and fire in paw, we would finally settle this musical score. Eyes with fierce intent that glowed, through tempestuous waters we rode. Storming the shores, a-swarming in scores, scaling its walls with well-sharpened claws, we invaded the tower through all its doors. Up the winding stairs to meet him with blinding stares. There he sat, the organ grinder. He turned. We pounced. We scratched and bit. He stumbled, fell through the windows, screaming into the indigo waters below. We freed the chain gang from their jail, cremated the piano, and for home we set sail. The city had reclaimed its vestal muse. It would live again, beat again, cats would sing in the street again, and I, in anonymity, as I had been long before this soliloquy, could sit and listen from afar. The cat piano, now a healed-over wound, and this ode, its fading scar.
And there we have it, the cat piano. As you can see, you can understand why this one holds a, well, not a special place, but it does. I do hold it in high regard myself. The piano, I'm always down for piano and organ sounds, especially if it's like dark piano. Oh god, I love dark notes so much. It pertains to animals that I do love now. It gets a little graphic here and there, but again, this is a horror story channel. If you are not up for graphic stuff, please do not visit the horror story channel. Formidable animation style there, the cat piano. It is one of the reasons I love it so much. House of Jen, Nick Cave. Yes, the Nick Cave, the same Nick Cave you're thinking about. I actually had to search him up a few years ago, but yeah, the same Nick Cave. Michelle says, very cool indeed, yeah. Very cool, yes. Dreadful Anecdotes, also surprised that was Nick Cave. So yeah, I basically let the credits go on so the important people are seen, like the writer of the poem, the narrator, director, and all that. So now you all know. And yes, the very same Nick Cave. House of Jan also said, it's giving me Lovecraft meets Wes vibes. Yes, it did. I did say that this poem and imagery reminded me a lot of The Cats of Ulfar by H.P. Lovecraft, which is also a story I narrated on the channel. Go ahead and have a look if you don't believe me. I actually do have it narrated. It was a fun one to narrate and to produce. Don't have as much screaming cats in it as this one, but it's still there, don't worry. House of Jan, love that they say piano, but it's a harpsichord. Yeah, harpsichord. So yeah, there's also the sound of a harpsichord in there as well if you listen. But definitely also piano, Jen. Definitely, like, or maybe I'm mishearing it. I don't know. Maybe it's like heavier. What did I say we were going to do next? Ah, right, the cat with hands, as Dreadful Anecdotes has so graciously recommended to us. That's the word I was looking for. Yes. Let me have a little look at Q&A. No new questions or the such? No? Okay, okie dokie. Back to the live chat we go. And then the cat with hands. Where is it? Where is it, huh? Ah, here's my YouTube thing. The cat with hands. Look at that, it's already there. Ah, it's live. Ah, wait, I remember this. Yes. Great, yes. Now I remember it. Oh god, I did watch it. I never got the title. Alright, shows what I know. Okay, nice. I do know this one. No, shush. I'm still speaking video. I'm gonna go ahead and give that one a like. Oh my god. Robert, you get a subscribe as well, because I love it. My short film about a bad... I'm not gonna say that word out loud on live. No, I think not, sir. But well done, Robert. Well done indeed. Oh, hold on. Oh, that was accidental. Excuse me. You should definitely check out his full-length movie, says Dreadful. It is called Stop Motion. Sounds familiar, but I do not think I've watched that. And oh, another one for the list, I guess. Jesus. That list is coming out a lot today. There we go. The list is coming out a lot today. Jesus, I have like reading suggestions, watching suggestions. Oh, good lord. So, without further ado, let us watch the 3-minute video or 3.5-minute video, The Cat with Hands. Let me just put it on full screen, that's more enjoyable. There we go. And now I will go ahead and mute myself, just in case any background noise is going to be disturbing the watching. And here we go. Let's enjoy together.
Last night as I slumbered, I had a strange dream, one that seemed to bring distant friends near. I dreamt of the faces of people I loved, and I awoke with an heart full of cheer. You know this is the place, don't you? Where it comes from, so they say. Story has it, a boy came face to face with that animal. Right here. Right where we're standing now. Over the years it carried on like this, thieving different parts of people, like it wanted to be a person. Until that animal looked just like you or me on the outside. But the only human part it never got was that? Tongue. Last night as I slumbered, I had a strange dream. One that seemed to bring distant friends near. I dreamt of the faces of people I loved, and I woke with an heart full of cheer. And I woke with an heart full of cheer.
And this is why you do not trust an animal that has human parts. Michelle, you were not expecting that? Really? Wait, you are not familiar with it? Oh, okay. Well, I suppose not everybody is aware of it, but yeah. My God, Dreadful. Again, thank you for that suggestion, because that unlocked my old fears again. I will be looking at my cats very, very differently today and perhaps the rest of the week. Oof. Oh my God. Fuck it. No, don't do that now. Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I don't like cussing myself. So what just happened is one of my cats basically decided to use my leg as a well, basically as a scratching post. Not Lilith, Michelle, one of her daughters, Eve. Oh God, that's not sit well. She was, I mean, it wasn't like first like a little scratch. It was like immediately go for the leg, go for the kill kind of scratching. Oh God, you. Yes, we were talking about you. Jesus Christ, never do that again. Never do that again. Oh God. Jesus. It's under my desk too. I didn't know they were there. I didn't know they were there. Naughty. You are naughty, madam. Oh, God. Cat jump scare. That's the first time that has happened here. I think. The other jump scares are basically when they pluck my laptop off and make the stream crash. Have a back look at the chat. Jesus Christ. No, stay away. No, I don't know. I do not want you here right now. Go away. House of Jen. Knew it. Cat got his tongue. Ha! Yes. I was a bit disturbed that so I think this is one of those first short stories I witnessed that something went wrong with a kid. Does that make sense? I don't know. I'm used to reading it in a book, aka Georgie from It. But this was the first time I actually saw it happen as in a short film. That was like, I was like, wait, this happens to kids in films too? So yeah, that was a bit of an eye-opener. Dreadful, did you just look back and see one of the cats stand on its hind legs? No, but that has happened before, and I had questions. I was not thinking of that until now. Let me just have a look around here because. Okay, nothing. Good. I'm alone in the living room. Michelle, grim, perfect timing regardless. Yeah, definitely is. House of Jen, Dr. T, all paranoid now. Yes. Yes, I am. You have no idea how much I am a little bit paranoid at the moment. Lulu says, Kitty. Yes, Kitty. Oh, Fridge, again, sorry, you were given suggestions there. If you're into YT horror films, The Killer Card on Screamfest and The Remnant on Alter were funny horror. Definitely going to have them a look before I'm gonna have a look at them later today, I think. I'm gonna do one last showing, I think, if that's alright with everyone. Yes, I'm gonna do one last showing, then we're gonna take a little break and we are going to return to live readings. This one should be familiar to a few of you, especially Dreadful. Dreadful, come on. You must know what I speak of. Actually, let's see if Dreadful gets it right, ladies and gentlemen. Dreadful, what is the short horror film on YouTube I want to put on? You only get one chance, by the way. So it's just nice and fair. The Smiling Man. Nope. It is not The Smiling Man. No, it is not. Do not send... Wait, hold on. God, cousin, no. Cousin, you should be sleeping. Go to sleep. You have school later today. It's like 1:26 a.m. Go to school. I know you have homework. I had to grade it for you, you bastard. Go back to sleep. Sending me text messages. Oh, that was a great showing there, cuz. Go back to sleep. Or else, I'm going to send your father a message. I'm willing to call him up if you do not go to sleep right now, cousin. Gee, me, oh me, oh me. You have school tomorrow. Education is important. Where was I? Right. So, no, not The Smiling Man. And Fridge Reaver says, the good streams always end hours too early, but that makes them precious. My precious. Honestly, if you would have just left in my precious, I would have gotten the Gollum joke. I think I said it earlier in the stream that I am a huge Lord of the Rings fan. Basically a walking encyclopedia at this point. Now, back to the viewing. Dreadful, nope, it is not The Smiling Man, as I said before. Let me have a little look at the Q&A. No one has new questions? Nope. Then I go back to the live chat. Leg zippity-dip. There we go. And now I'm going to type it in. And Dreadful is going to be like, that was my second guess. Something like that. Oh, yeah. Oh, I missed... I said the name wrong. But yes. Portrait of God. By Dylan Clark. Yes, Dreadful, I am familiar. I knew as soon as I saw it. Well, the story is about...
Een perfect ontbijt.
Oh no, stupid advertisements. Oh. I have not followed Dylan Clark at this account. Oh, let me correct that and give it a like as well. So, now that the advertisement is gone, there we go. Jinxie baguette. Well, it was actually that was actually a commercial about butter. Yes, we do have commercials about butter of all things in these parts. Because, you know, it's so essential. Well, let me just put the sound off. But trust me, it's not a language you want to hear about in a commercial voice. Ugh. Fridge Reaver. About the good streams always ending hours too early. Well, I'm not ending just yet, so stick around. Also, ladies and gentlemen, if you have recommendations yourself on a creepypasta story or something else you want me to narrate on this live stream, by all means, you can also use the Q&A button for that one. Highly recommend it if you have suggestions, that is. We'll see. It can be anything that I've read already or something I may not have read already. I really do not have an opinion on that. So, without further ado, let me just put on the big screen. Skadoosh. Anything goody on my end? Yes. And now we're going to watch the last viewing of today, which is The Portrait of God. And let me just first go ahead and mute myself. Streamlabs, please. There we go. And now, enjoy.
What does God look like? I'm going to show you a painting, or rather, a photograph of a painting. Just take a moment and stare at it. What do you see? If the answer is nothing, if it just looks black to you, don't worry, that's what I see too. But that's not what everyone sees. The painting I've chosen for this project is titled Portrait of God. While most viewers see nothing, some insist they see a person in the darkness, one that they can describe and draw out with consistent details.
It's a man, or close to a man.
Wrinkled, skinny.
Really skinny.
He looks skinny.
He's smiling.
He's grinning. He smiles down at us.
Almost looks like the corners of his mouth got smudged.
It's like he's wearing a mask.
It's too wide. And his eyes,
Looking down with his eyes are big.
They're big.
they've got this glint in them.
Speckle of light to them. Honestly, it's unsettling. Of course it's frightening. That kind of power should be.
I don't like looking at it. I don't like it.
It's beautiful.
Maybe it's just a trick of the light. Maybe they're seeing something they want to see. But how are their descriptions so consistent? Maybe they really are having a religious experience. And why does God appear to them and not us? What does God look like? I'm going to show you a painting, or rather, a photograph of a painting. Just take a moment and stare at it. What do you see? deliver us from evil, for thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
And there we had the Portrait of God. This was one of those short stories on YouTube. Like, I didn't know when I discovered this one. This was actually my first YouTube horror film that I've ever seen. And that was back in 2000, I want to say 2017, 16-ish. Something like that. No, shut up. No, shut up. We have not done it. So it was made, it was directed, directed, written, and edited by Dylan Clark. Again, highly recommend subscribing. He has other great short horror films. Ooh, that was this one, arguably one of the better ones. 2 years ago. All right. So when I've around the same time I actually started the channel. Look at that. So yes, as I said, this is one of the first horror films I've seen on YouTube, but that's what I thought at least. But then I saw the cat with hands. So yeah, actually that's the first one. I haven't seen other horror films in a long time until The Portrait of God, which we just saw together. And yeah, let me tell you, trippy as hell. Indeed, Michelle. Very, very trippy as hell. House of Jen says, noise. Yeah, it was noise. What I actually got out of this one, and it struck me now, but I thought the same thing when I first watched this particular short film. I always got the sense that Dylan got inspired by Stephen King because of the light that comes out of, well, quote-unquote, God's mouth. It reminded me so much of the description of the dead lights from Stephen King's It. Again, it's one of the first big books I ever read, and one hell of a book to read when you're 14, 15 years old. Little sip. But yeah, trippy as hell. Trippy as all hell indeed. Let me just put that little board away now. Let's hope that the stream does not crash when I do so. Outer gods, please be with me. Ah, look at that. Stream's still up. Good, good. Finally, luck on my side for once. Let me see. House of Jen. Ruffle. That's how I always read these words. I like how she shifted from not a complete believer to a full believer. I mean, yeah, if that was God. I'm still having doubts, though. I'm not saying it's God or even the devil, but it does have it gives me a Lovecraftian feel more than anything, really. Like, not the no tentacles or stuff, but yeah, it kind of drives Lovecraftian for me. Especially because, as Michelle says, it's a little trippy. And with the deadlights, I mean, if Stephen King was not inspired by Lovecraft with some of his writings, I don't know what else. Dreadful anecdotes. The gods from the outer reaches seem to be on your side tonight. Must be plentiful blood sacrifices you have offered this time around. Me offering them blood sacrifices? I think not. No. But I did throw some people into the void and see if that... Well, not to please them, but I suppose they've been caught. Let's see here. House of Jen, what type of keyboard do you have? It sounds like an old school typewriter. I'm loving it. In the Q&A. Oh, you heard that? Oh, my mistake. Sorry, I had to turn that off with Streamlabs. I'm so sorry that you heard that. So basically, that's a option that I have with Opera, the browser. I basically completely customized my Opera browser to have certain sounds with certain things. Even a background music, which is turned off for the stream. But the typewriting sound you heard, that's basically the browser sound whenever I'm typing on Opera. So that's why it sounded like an old typewriting machine, because I like that sound. The typewriting sounds awesome, very befitting. Well, alright, and if that's the overall opinion, let me just unblock browser sounds. And there we go. So next time I'm typing, you should be able to hear it as the typewriter. Let me see. We are in for 2 hours and 43 minutes. Oh wow, we have actually... Oh, we've gone on for quite a while since the first break, haven't we? Nice. See. Also, found a suggestion of story you can narrate. I was about to ask, did anyone leave suggestions in the Q&A? It's not that I lack content, mind you, just to clarify that, but I do love to take suggestions from people in the audience. Makes it more interactable, you know? Let's see. And Dreadful, yes, I did so. Yeah, I got that you did. I got that you did, Dreadful, don't worry about it. Let's have a look. Oh. No, it's not. Like, did you use the Q&A button for it, Dreadful? Because I'm not seeing it on my end. Or did you, like, put it in the chat and it just flew over me? That's also a possibility. House of Jen. I may need to go soon. Hubs just told me dinner is ready. Well, I mean, it's food, House of Jen. It's food. Why would you postpone food? No, don't postpone food. And Dressel says, hang on, I'll PM you. Alright, you're going to PM me. Got it. Oh, I need to open Discord, it seems. Alright, just a second. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I do have a Discord server as well. Once again, have a look in the description, click the link tree. You should see all the platforms that I'm currently infecting, including Spotify if you're more into audio formats and podcasting. Not that I have a genuine podcast, unfortunately, but it is more tinkered for podcasting, for podcast listeners. Norton Antivirus, how dare you show yourself here? Go away. What did I just say? I just said go away. There we go. And Dreadful's suggestion is the face in the window. Alright, rather short. I can work with this. Yeah, I can definitely work with this. Alright, so Dreadful suggestion. English, very, very hard. Dreadful Anecdotes' suggestion of tonight, The Face in the Window. Already a title that makes you think. Written, once again, by Anonymous. And it's also from the Creepypasta wiki. Excellent. Let me just do a few final rounds of observation, and we'll get right into it. Retriever, yes, but most eat the pizza, not the delivery dude. Oh. Jen. Are you indulging in cannibalism and you're not inviting any of us? I mean, honestly, I don't know how we can live with this. Like, did you ever have a thigh steak? Oh, that's so delicious, yum yum. Especially, oh, and ribs. Oh, delicious. As of Jen, I was finishing a script check. Lol. We do one final check in the other thing. Alright. So I don't know how that works with the Q&A. So if anyone left a suggestion about what to read, I'm not seeing it in the Q&A, so you might be better served maybe to put a suggestion either in the live chat or private message me on Discord if you are on the server. Or no, not why even private message me. No, I do have a channel on the Discord server that is specifically meant for suggestion and recommendations. So definitely have a look there if you are in the Discord, and if not, once again, Linktree in the description. Ah, Dreadful, the link. Yes, links do not work. Links will not be working, I'm afraid. Not without a text that comes with it. So my recommendation for that one would be, well, just send me the title. Just send me the title and I'll search for you. The face in the... right. But without further ado, our third reading of tonight. Today. Yeah, today. Let's not bother ourselves with what time it is. So our third reading for today, The Face in the Window, as recommended by Dreadful Anecdotes. And here we go. Growing up, I had a keen interest in the paranormal. I would constantly go to my basement and try to take a picture of something odd or unexplainable. Sadly, I never found anything noteworthy or mentionable down there, eventually leading me to believe that there was no such things as ghosts, and that was all just in my head. Later that year, I was informed by my parents that we would be staying at my grandmother's house down in Mississippi. This was exciting for me, because we lived in Wisconsin, and excluding holidays, I rarely saw my grandmother. The next week, we boarded our airplane in the morning and began the trip to Mississippi. When we arrived, my grandmother picked us up in her station wagon and drove us to her home in the town of Inverness. Is that an actual town in Mississippi? Chat, have a look on the Google and search up Inverness in Mississippi. Is that an actual town? I'm curious. But that's enough of that. Back to the story. When we arrived, I was ordered to drop my bags off in the guest room and to then get prepared for supper. I sighed, opening up the front door and making my way to the room that I'd be staying in for the entire summer. Upon opening the door to the guest room, I was greeted with the distinctive smell of burnt ash. I shrugged it off, assuming that one of my grandmother's neighbors was having a barbecue. Still, something about that room gave me an uneasy feeling. After excusing myself from dinner, I walked back to the guest room and pulled out my Nintendo DSi. Wow, nostalgia flashback. The second I closed the door, I began to feel like something was watching me. I brushed it off, assuming that being in a new surrounding was just making me a bit paranoid. I began to play a game called Photo Dojo. From what I can remember, the objective of the game was to use the DSi camera to take pictures of you and your buddies, so you could put their faces on a variety of fighters and play as them. Anyway, I had never played this game before, and had gotten it for free off the Nintendo Shop app. But since I was bored, I decided to play it. When I started it up, the game instructed me to take a picture of my face. When I went to do so, I forgot to switch the camera angle and took a picture in front of me instead. When I opened the picture to delete it, I noticed something peering through the window above the foot of my bed. Curious, I decided to zoom in on it. I felt like passing out at what I saw. Peering into the window was a motionless grey face. It had little to no hair besides a few long strands on the top of its head. From what I could see, it had no ears or mouth, yet I felt like it was grinning at me. Its eyes were yellow and seemed to glow in the moonlight. I was too scared to look up at the window that rested only a few feet away from me, in fear that it was still out there, even though I knew I had to. I shut my eyes tightly, hoping it would just go away. After a few minutes had passed, I felt it would be safe to check. I gulped, swallowing my fear as I opened my eyes to reveal nothing. I was relieved and began to softly chuckle. How could I have been so stupid? There's no such thing as ghosts. I had probably just seen a large possum or maybe an oversized rat. As I continued to chuckle, I remembered something. Something that makes my blood run cold to this very day. The guest room was on the second floor. And that was The Face in the Window, written by Anonymous but found on the Creepypasta wiki. Fridge Reaver, Inverness, Innsmouth. Oh, comparison. Also Fridge Reaver. Fridge Reaver is going to be AFK, okie dokie. And also says DrTorment. Yes, Inverness, Mississippi. USA has maps. I mean, I wasn't saying the USA doesn't have maps. But thank you for letting me know that the USA does have maps. Lulu Bell, I like that. Yes, I actually like that one too. There's something about the color yellow that just gets you, you know? I don't know, does it make sense? Like, I have a thing for strange, well, not strange, but I basically have a thing for optimistic colors, I believe you could say it. Yeah, basically, in my own writings, there are certain characters, I'm not going into detail here too much, but there are certain characters that have a certain glint or glow in their eyes, such as pink. Now, you yourself would say, oh, pink is not that scary a color. Well, have you seen pink eyes in the dark? That is not a color you want to see an eye color glow in. And neither is yellow, by the way. Neither is yellow. Red, I don't know. Red has this... I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to say it, but basically, with yellow, you could say that there's like a madness to it, an unhingedness. And pink, I don't know. Pink has something creepy. Has a creepy quality when it comes to eye colors. I don't know. But red, like pure red eye colors, I don't know. It serves more as a warning, you know, instead of being. I don't know. Maybe I'm just desensitized because red is so commonly used for eye colors for monsters and I don't know, vampires and stuff. But yeah, yellow or pinkish, like, no, thank you. Dreadful anecdote, simple and straight to the point, but I dig it. Yeah, sometimes you don't need like an overly long story to make a point or to tell a story for that matter. Sometimes short and simple drives it home. Completely understandable. Maybe I'm gonna narrate it too. Definitely put it in my list. Not a different list. Luckily not the one I have to write in. Have a little checkup here. There's been some activity. By the way, Dreadful, your newest video on the channel, The Man Called Skinny. I have not watched it yet, but knowing you, being a connoisseur of all things creepy and scary, I know it's gonna be good. Care to tell us about the story without spoiling it? Or spoiling it too much, that is. No, don't spoil it at all. But, yeah, do tell if you want to. Because I'm curious. Short answer, urban legend. Ooh. Urban legends. Now that is something I should definitely touch on some more. I don't have a lot of urban... I think I have only like 1 or 2 stories regarding urban legends on the channel. One of them definitely being the Smiling Man. But other than that, no, I don't think so. I should definitely have a look in it. Dreadful anecdotes. By the way, speaking of yellow eyes, isn't Azazel depicted having yellow eyes? Is this Azazel from Supernatural? Yes. Yes, the good old yellow eyes demon. Yes, Azazel. God, I missed him. Oh, he was so good. He was such a good villain. I loved him so much. Especially his last words to Dean, or one of his last words to Dean. You of all people should know that what's dead should stay dead. Oh god, that foreboding thing. Because the brothers Winchester did have a run-in with a zombie like a few episodes before that. And they learned the same lesson, what's dead should stay dead. And, well, not to spoil the show, that's been out for years, by the way, especially that season. But, yeah, a lot of stuff happens in there. And a lot of resurrections too, which kinda annoyed me at some point. Dreadful anecdote. Oh, okay. By the time he became a major character in Jewish and Christian texts, he had taken on a demonic appearance. Hands and feet like a man's, and on his back 6 wings on the right and 6 on the left. So he had 12 wings in total. Got it. Thank you, ancient religious texts. Just say 12 wings, Jesus. 12 wings on his back, that would have, like, helped. They did like to draw things out. Including people with their torture techniques. Today, like many demons, Azazel is drawn with red skin, glowing yellow eyes, and a barbed tail. Oh, you got it from a quote. Okay, got it. So to anyone that is known with Hell of a Boss or Has-Been Hotel, that is basically the description of every imp you see in the show. But it's also like the classic depiction of any demon, really. Like red skin, glowing yellow eyes, barbed tail. Yeah, that's them to a T. But I do like the imp designs of Has-Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss. So there you go. When it comes to writing, however, oversold. That's all I'm gonna say about the matter. I like the songs. Yeah, that's basically it. I like the songs, but story written wise, in my humble opinion, oversold. I'm just an amateur writer, what do I know? But yeah, it felt a little weak. Season 1, Hell of a Boss, great. Then Season 2 came and I'm just gonna say it. I am not a fan of Stolitz. So if you're a Hell of a Boss fan and you're basically banking the entire show on Stolitz and on Blitz and Stolas, yeah, you will not find a supporter in me because I really think that's been... Good lord, that has been that's such a dried up well at this point. Like, will they, won't they stuff? Oh god, just get it over with. Oh god. I'm more a fan of Eminem, which don't get much screen time anyways. Eminem being Millie and Moxie for the uninitiated. But, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a small break here, since the first break is like quite a while ago, and then we'll sputter into the last hour of the stream. Or however long I can still hold it on. Just for clarification, it's like 2 AM where I am at right now, so I'm not gonna make it too late. It's just a blessing that I can sleep in tomorrow. But that all said, I'll be back in a few minutes. We will continue, do maybe 1 or 2 final readings. But once again, you can leave me suggestions in the Q&A bar or send me a PM on the server on Discord. Give me a ping, I'll definitely have a look. Dreadful anecdotes, you sir are a trooper. Well, more like a captain or... no. Hell with it, this is my channel. I am the general here. But thank you, Dreadful, thank you. I may have indulged maybe in a little bit too much coffee today because I haven't had coffee in almost 3 weeks, and I indulged since the shipment came in. Sir, I would never say that I am God. I am God in my own asylum, but on YouTube, well, the algorithm is God, and the algorithm needs to be appeased. Algorithm. But, like I said, I'm gonna take a short break here. It will be around 5 minutes. I'll be back in a bit. Peace. And we have returned from the break, ladies and gentlemen. I am still here, and this will be the final stretch of the live stream as well. We'll have one or two readings going on. The Q&A is still up, not for long though, so do not forget to use it if you haven't already or got new questions or suggestions for me. Then, as you can also see in the live chat, I went ahead and do another call for help for Mrs. Interscare and her ongoing struggle against stage 3B invasive ductal carcinoma. I'm not gonna butcher that word. Against her ongoing struggle against diagnosed cancer. Once again, there's a link to the GoFundMe. If you cannot donate anything yourself, that is perfectly fine. Nobody will force you to do anything. But if you can, do at least share the link if in any shape or form. Any help is welcome help here. Then, now that we have returned, I did receive something in my suggestion box. Dreadful anecdotes. You have suggested, oh, perfect, 2 stories. Excellent, excellent. 2 stories. Most excellent, yes. Let me just open the links. This one. Alright, so the first one, little short, so I might do 2 in a row. We might actually do more readings. And is it the second? Oh, that's a little long. I like this one because it's called Daring, and I happen to know that most of Stephen King's stories happens in Derry. Haha. So I don't know if that's like a I don't know if that's a pun of if that's an actual place. Somebody look up the Deering or Daring Woods, if that's an actual place. It is under the label reality, so I'm gonna assume yes. And I'm calling it the Deering Woods because it has 1 E in it, but it also doesn't have a double R in it. So, yeah, it's just my European mindset now at work. Yeah, might actually go with these. Might actually do more than 2 readings in this case. Perfect. Perfect. People love good creepy stories. Dreadful anecdotes. Any idea how long the donation is open for? That is a very good question. I think it's open until they themselves shut it off. Until they shut it off or until the goal is met. Let me have a look for you. So far we are at... The donation is at 1,600. 1,612 of the 5,000 goal. That is good news to see. That is indeed, that's over almost 2/5 of the goal is met. Excellent. Most excellent. Very recent donations have happened. A mad lad has donated $500 at one point. Like, not recent, but at one point. It's like, wow. Mad lad. Well done. Well done, you. No, so as far as I can see, Dreadful, this doesn't have a, this does not have a cap on it or a timer on it, no. So, yeah, it's basically until they themselves shut it down or until the goal is met, I assume. There has been 39 donations already and 1,600 of the 5,000 goal has already been met. Excellent. That is good to see. People helping each other out. We should do that more often. We're on this globe together, might as well help each other out, right? Fritz Reaver, also, yes, I did notice the Carry On My Wayward Son joke you made there for Lulu. That's a nice little rhyme as well. Well done. Oh, sorry, Lulu. I didn't see that from before the break. Lulu says, love Supernatural. Yes. I mean, at some point I did stop watching it. It just felt repetitive, I suppose. But I cannot recall for the life of me what season it was. Definitely watched after season 5, though. I'm very sure of that, but not entirely sure where it ended. Dreadful anecdotes. Excellent. I'll try and donate by the end of the month. Being that my father managed to beat cancer, for now I can sympathize. Yes, indeed. You weren't here, Dreadful, when I said it, but I did have a family member that had a run-in with cancer a few years back. It receded, despite the treatments failing. It receded, and he hasn't had any problems with it so far that I know of. But he also had a sick, twisted sense of humor with it. Like, I like dark humor myself. But, you know, it's one of those situations where he'd make the joke, and if you go in on it, he'll basically go like, hey, you're not allowed to say that, I'm allowed to say that. Now, he means that as a joke as well, but with him, you don't really know if it's meant as a joke or not. So, again, bastard, go to sleep if you're still watching. And if you're going to send me text, my god, type it in the chat, you little bastard. I don't know why I said little bastard, he is taller than me. Bastard. I lost the fun when Castiel showed up, says Fridge, about the show Supernatural. Sorry, Matt, of this. Really? I mean, I found Castiel absolutely hilarious the first seasons that he was in. With me, it started. Oh wait, I think I remember. After the Leviathan arc, I wasn't really watching anymore. Not because of Castiel, but because I don't know. The concept of the Leviathans in the show is. I'm sorry. I didn't go along with it. Dreadful, yeah, Supernatural went on for way too long in my opinion. Yes, it definitely went. Like, I'm familiar what happens during the end of the show. Like, honestly, it's been so long. Ooh, of course, I got spoiled at some point, but yeah, it was weird. Like, no. Castiel was okay at first, but just got boring. I didn't see the point of him. Yeah, at some point I didn't see the point of him as well. But then the whole thing about, I don't know, resurrecting angels and stuff, like only he ever got resurrected. It's like, well, at least bring some of our favorite angels back that were funny. I think one of the name was Barbarous or something like that. Like basically Gordon Ramsay if he was an angel, like same accent, even the same look. He was actually funny. I liked him. We should have seen more of him. Ah, and yes, Bobby. Yes, indeed, Lulu. Michelle Grimm. I feel weird saying this now given the current topic, but Deering Woods is a real place in Kent, England. Oh, then perhaps the story is happening in England. Alright, good to know. Dreadful, think I stopped watching around seasons 11 or 12 of Supernatural? Yep. Indeed. You know who my favorite character was in Supernatural? Like, absolute favorite? Death, played by Julian Richings. And, sorry, the new Death, quote-unquote. I just couldn't wrap my head around the manner. I suppose you become the new big Grim Reaper, or Death himself. So basically you have to be a Reaper that died, but by definition a Reaper could not die, and the only Reaper that ever died was this Charlie woman. I'm sorry, but as Death, the entity, I I sorely miss Julian Richings. My god, the man had a presence about him. Even when he was sillying off with fast food, there was a gravitas, even. Like, oof. Ellen. She was scary, but a good character. Ellen. So... Oh, somehow that is not registering with me. Ellen. Was there an Ellen? Again, it's been such a long time ago since I watched it. First 5 seasons were the best. Yes, Lulu, definitely agree with that. Dreadful. Guess Castiel was in it for as long as he was due to Destiel. The ship name. Ellen owned the bar. Oh! Okay, alright, got it. I'm there. Alright, yes. I'm there. Okay. Just going to look it up, just so that I'm sure that I have the same Ellen in my head as Lulu does. Yes, Ellen Harvell. Yes. Retired hunter. I remember her. I remember. That was a good character. There were so many good characters in Supernatural. Again, Death was my absolute favorite. I just love how he was basically a judge for everyone, but still had a fatherly... I want to say fatherly kind of connection with Dean especially. Up until the end, of course, because that made absolutely no sense. But, hey. She had a daughter, Jo. Yes, yes, Jo. I do remember her. Fridge Reaver. Well, I use my psychic talent of seeing the women in Supernatural as Hadeshiks. I see what you did there. Which is totally not theth as fuck. Oh. Yeah, Fridge, that, punctuation, man. I'm sorry. Oh, punctuation. Like the parents I never had, indeed, Lulu. But, I'm going to get off my Supernatural fandoming right now and go into the readings that Dreadful Anecdotes provided. So the first Go away, pop-up. I don't like you. The first reading is called Creaking at Night, written by... Oh, this one... Oh, an actual named credit, finally. So, as I said, it's a very short story. You could even say it's almost a micropasta. That is a very short creepypasta. And it is written by Pacers Nation 16. Lovely name. So, Creaking at Night. Here we go on the Creepypasta Wiki. That moment when you're on the verge of dozing off and your eyelids are nearly sealed, but then you awaken, startled. Startled by what? The house is creaking at night. The floorboards echo a squeaky noise through the halls. What is it, you ask? A murderer feeding his sick obsession, or a burglar looking to snatch a quick loot? Fortunately, you gaze down the hall to find there is no one. Perhaps it was just you endeavoring in your paranoia. However, every time you fill yourself with relief noticing nobody's in your house, you're filling yourself with false belief. There is someone there, you just can't see them, and for that, you are lucky. If you saw them, you wouldn't have the ability to shake the terror and horror it delivers. Unfortunately for me, I have seen one. But that's beside the point. Of course, now you will ask, where is it if I can't see it? It is a simple answer. The reason your house creaks so much, the reason it emanates a tumbling tone throughout your home, and because these things live in your walls. These creatures aren't human. In fact, they are far from it. Sadly, this does not alter that their intellect does not match ours. They are in fact smarter than us. They know us too well. These things know our routines. They know when we eat, when we sleep, even when we are absent from the house. They know you're sleeping. That's why they choose this time to move about the walls. Now, I'm sure it has only made you more puzzled. What would they be doing back there? The truth is, they are trying and trying with every last effort to break through. What they want is freedom. Freedom to roam your house and take it as their own. They spend nights upon nights scratching and digging into the plaster of your walls. Ever heard of people going missing with little evidence as to why? It is because these monsters were successful. They broke through. They feed on fear, and the more terrified you become, the stronger they get. I myself know because, after seeing one, I have little time left. The walls are getting thinner, and they are getting stronger. Now all I can hope for is that they will stop. Even though I know they won't, they will continue at all costs. For your own sake, ask yourself next time you hear the house creak, are you really safe? And that was Creaking at Night by Paces Nation 16 on the Creepypasta wiki. Just have a little sip. Excuse me. Oof. No, I drank too fast there. Excuse me for that. Did not go in well. Oh, my throat hole, it is itching, yeah? Just another sip just to wash it off, I guess. Yeah, that's better. Fridge Reaver. So far, I'm more scared of DrTorment than of potential monsters. Just saying. Oh. Thank you, Fridge. Thank you very much. Now, I do not feed on fear myself, but it is a nice spicing. Let me see. Lulubel giving me the applause. Thank you. I take a deep bow to that, madam. Thank you very much. Fridge Reaver, did you write a story? Oh, that's for Dreadful Anecdote. I'm so sorry. I was almost going to answer that one. No, trust me, while I do know that Dreadful is a great writer in his own right, I do not think he posts on Creepypasta. Not entirely sure though, Dreadful. I think we talked about it once, and I do believe you didn't post it on Creepy. You do not post stuff on Creepypasta, right? Or maybe if you did, it might have flown over my head right now. Lulabelle, Dr. T is a big fluffy teddy bear. Well, I have to say yes to that because she's a channel member, which makes her technically my boss. But try not to. No, joking, Lulu. I'm joking. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Q&A button is still up and running. So if you have any questions, suggestions, or whatever you want to ask me, by all means, it is still up. Dreadful anecdotes? No, never have. On the question of whether he posted stories or not on the Creepypasta wiki. So he says, no, never have. Used to post on No Sleep back in the day, but I preferred Odd Directions. Odd Directions. Is this one of those things, again, that is common amongst other narrators, but I'm just not familiar with it? Again, that happens a lot. Like, what is familiar for other people, or like the majority of people, simply flies over my head. It does sound familiar, though. I do believe I had a talk about Odd Directions with TJ, but again, long ago. Oh, that does remind me, ladies and gentlemen, when the stream is over, there will be a redirect to Duchess of Darkness's upcoming premiere, which is 7 Creepy Cabin Stories. So if you see that pop up on the screen as I am ending the stream itself, by all means, you'll know. Dreadful Anecdotes. It's a subreddit where people post their writings. Feels as if it's more about actual writing than just giving it all away in the title itself. Yeah. Definitely need to have a look there. Okie dokie. Odd Direction. Again, where's my list? That one I need to write down though. Stupid pen, how dare you resist me? Odd Directions. Oh, perhaps I should also write down subreddit. There we go. That's on my list as well now. Which reminds me, I do have also a subreddit of my own. Now, I do not post stories on it, but if you are a writer yourself and you want to post a story for me to narrate or just share it, I suppose, without narrations, you can also go ahead and post it there. I usually see that a little bit quicker than I do emails, but once again, I do also have an email. All of that subreddit, Spotify, email, whatever, you can all find it in the link tree in the description. As you will also find a link to Mrs. Interscare, a GoFundMe. I will not repeat what I already said like 12 times before. Simply go ahead, help her out. Any help is welcome help. Oh, PM did as well. Okay, sorry, Dreadful. I was not looking at the chat there for a second. Ah, the Odd Directions subreddit. Excellent. I can already go ahead and like that one. And then we will move on to the next creepy tale, which is Deering Woods. I'm already in it. Why do I not know this? Oh, has it been again a minute since I was on Reddit? Is it that? Probably. I am a horrible, horrible social media manager. Like, I'm pretty sure that I have social media accounts that I've made back in the day, but I've simply forgotten. Like Blue Sky, the Twitter replacement or whatever that is. I'm pretty sure I made an account on that a while ago. I had to wait for like a confirmation link or something like that that lasted 6 months. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely. I do not use it at all. I do not use it at all. Deering Woods, where are you? Where are you? Also, Fridge Reaver, do tell. I want to touch back to what you said earlier. Why are you afraid of me? Is it the way of narration, or just curious here? Deering Woods. Ah, here you are. I was sitting here like, I'm pretty sure I opened it. A little look at the chat. Lulu Bell, Deering Wood is known as the Screaming Woods. Oh, Lulu is even familiar with it. Well, Michelle, if you're still here, Lulu confirms that Deering Woods is in England. Dreadful anecdotes. I mean, Torment is a pretty nasty boss. I mean, a wonderful man, one of the greatest. Well, Dreadful, you're still not getting your cloth back. You have to do with the sandpaper. Let's see. Fridge Reaver. Oh, right, yeah, the question I asked. Undertone in your voice, you may be more than just a skilled narrator. I've heard that before. I'm not entirely convinced myself. Like, don't get me wrong. I know that I'm good at what I do, right? But I wouldn't say that I have a great range when it comes to more than narrating. But that also said, I am aware enough that I have a more unique approach when it comes to my voice. So yeah, that and accent. Let me have a last look at the chat before I proceed with the reading. Fridge Reaver, yes, I'm also terribly afraid to somehow provoke him. Hopefully he never finds out. And you... Hold on, Fridge. Just so that I understand, you thought it was smart to say it out loud in the chat that I wouldn't find out about stuff? Oh, we're gonna have fun, you and I, when we're back at the asylum. Jinxie, I overrule the sandpaper plush charming for everyone. Plus charming for everyone. On Dr. T's time. Oh, barely, but okay. Michelle Grimm, I am, and thank you, Lulu. I saw something about a massacre, but thought that might be the story we are about to hear. Is that why it's known as the Screaming Woods? Well, Michelle, we're about to find out, won't we? Lulu, do not spoil. Fridge Reaver, what I do like very much, you add efforts into the story, then when the innuendo fits. Good style. Yes, that is something I'm also aware of that I do. Basically, as I read along, by the way, just so that everybody knows, most of what I read on the lives is cold reading. It is cold reading unless I state it otherwise. Just so that everybody knows. Basically, I read the sentence as it goes and change my tone or shift entirely into something else emotionally. Kinda depends if I also catch that, of course. Thank you, Lulu, for not spoiling. And now, without further ado, the Deering Woods, which is an actual place in England. Lulu can confirm, and so can Michelle Grimm. Let us proceed. The Deering Woods, also known as the Screaming Woods, are situated in Kent, England, between the villages of Smarden and Pluckley. They are reputed to be the most haunted woods in Britain, and were given their name because of the many reports of people hearing terrifying screams coming from them at night, hoarse footsteps and whisperings during days of fog. The forest is said to be haunted by the ghosts of the people who get lost in it. In particular, the locals mention a suicidal army colonel from the 18th century and a highwayman who was captured by the villagers, pinned to a tree and beheaded. Many from the nearby villages swear to have seen black shadows following them while they were traveling across the forest. The wood is also famous for presenting one of the oldest Neolithic sites in the world. British physicist B. Johnson has studied these phenomena for years during his research at Cavendish Laboratory for the Mind-Matter Unification Project, documenting everything in the peer-reviewed paper Quantitative Measurement of Decoherence, a link between consciousness and group theoretic characterization of hyperplanes of existence. In a recent interview, he criticized the skeptic approach of many scientists. And I quote, "The trouble is that the scientific community is not aware of these results because very little of this work is published in journals like Nature and Science, and the work is often ridiculed when it is put in respectable physics journals." End quote. He cites the example of a paper on quantum mechanics by Henry Stapp of the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory that contained a reference to parapsychology. I quote, "Physicists have an emotional response when they hear anything connected with parapsychology," he says. "Their opinion of parapsychology research is not based on evolution of the evidence, but on a dogmatic belief that all research in this field is false." End quote. And here we are, the Deering Wood Massacre. The woodland has been the center of attention for its phenomena for many years. On the morning of November 1st, 1948, 20 people from the nearby Maltmans Hill area were found dead, 11 of whom were children. Their bodies were formed into a massive pile of human flesh, but didn't present any wounds. Many reported seeing strange lights coming from the forest on the night of Halloween when the massacre took place. Autopsies couldn't determine any causes of death, and after a few weeks the local authorities quickly ended the investigation, stating the victims had succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning. This behavior raised questions about the possible involvement of the police in the matter at the time. In 1964, private investigator Robert Collins conducted in-depth witness interviews designed to uncover hints about the alleged activity of an unknown religious cult in the village of Smarden. His research stopped after he died in a tragic car incident the following year. The Deering Woods became home to another mystery when on October 1998, the same night as 50 years before, 4 college students who were visiting the forest went missing after people from Pluckley reported seeing figures of light similar to spider webs in the sky. Their bodies were never found, and after 3 weeks, the police investigation stopped. And that is all we have on the Deering Woods on the Creepypasta wiki. Submitted by, oh, look at that, Anonymous. What a surprise. Now, I myself was not familiar with the Deering Woods until now, but I definitely will be reading about this tomorrow. I did miss, well, I don't really mind it myself. It's it reads more like as a short documentary. Like, I don't mind it myself. I'm kind of missing the creep factor there, but all in all, it is great to know that some things grounded in reality can still have so much mystery. Rich Reaver. I like the Darren Woods. Darren. Michelle Darren! I like the Deering Woods story. Reminds me of Hungry Hollow by Radio Campfire Theatre. Oh! Hungry Hollow, I do know this one. Not familiar with Radio Campfire Theatre, or I didn't pay attention to the name at the time. Which, again, happens a lot. I know so many songs by their rhythm than I do them by their titles. It's the same thing. Michelle. My bad, guys. I thought right as I sent it that I should not have asked that question. Thank you for not spoiling it, Lulu. I'll be more mindful in the future. Great story. Huh? Am I missing something there, Michelle? Oh, about the massacre thing, you mean? No, that's fine. That's fine. Dreadful anecdotes. Ever been to supposedly haunted spooky place yourself, Doc? I have. I have, actually, yes. But I must say, with me, personally, other than the overall vibe, I suppose, nothing actually happened. Well, nothing happened besides me being a dick. Yes, I'm one of those people that if you take me to a haunted place and I'm bored, which happens quickly, by the way, I will find ways to scare you instead. I am one of those assholes. I am so sorry if that happened to you before, that people are just digging with you or something that they like to do themselves, but I'm sorry. I'm just that kind of asshole. I do stop when being told to stop, though. That's one grace or virtue that I have. But yeah, at some point I picked up a rock, I threw it against the wall and went like, did anyone hear that? Oh, that's funny. I did tell them that was me, though. Michelle Grimm, yes, I saw Darren. Wait, excuse me, Michelle, you did? Please do not accept any wishes from him. Lulubell, Deering Woods, Lulu, actually, yes. How do you pronounce it now that I have you on the chat? Is it Deering Woods or Deering Woods? Because I can go either way here. Dreadful anecdotes. If you ever swing by Sweden, we shall go to Borgfanet Vigarak. Okay, yeah. If I ever come to Sweden. Did I pronounce that alright, by the way, Dreadful? I was kind of going on a limb there. Retriever, yeah, Darren Woods could benefit from some polishing and show don't tell. Well, I don't know. Personally, Fridge, I would take a flamethrower and deal with the problem that way, but Dreadful anecdotes. It was dreadful. It was pretty off. I want to say dreadfully off because, haha, pun in the name. Dreadful anecdotes. It was pretty off, but hey. I mean, yes. Swedish is a goofy language. I was about to say Swedish is an odd language, but yeah, you said it yourself. You are Swedish. Oh, Lulubell, Daringwood had haunted walks Don't know if they still do. Really? Perfect for Halloween, which is the time of the year you should be visiting Daringwood. Go nuts, everybody that's in Britain tuning in on this. Go to Daringwoods, have fun. Let me know if you survive Halloween. It's gonna be so much fun next year. Right, I think I'm gonna do one more reading. Yes. Also, since we are now in reality, basically, reading, this is more of a theory than it is grounded in fact, because I know of this one. By the way, I know of this one. It's called The Hanging Munchkin from The Wizard of Oz. And I am familiar with the theory, but I thought, you know what, since we are doing Daringwood and that's set in reality, let's poke at this a little bit. The Hanging Munchkin on the Creepypasta wiki. Everyone knows the classic The Wizard of Oz, which was first released as a movie in the year 1939. In 1989, the movie was released for its 50th anniversary on VHS. If you happen to find this original VHS tape, or you already own it, then you may already be familiar with a particular scene which had a lot of controversy. In the scene where Dorothy, the Tin Man, and the Scarecrow begin walking along the yellow brick road after surpassing a wood cabin, in the back by the trees, there is a small figure that appears to be hanging. The few people who had noticed this all came to the assumption that it is a munchkin who is hanging from one of the branches of the tree. Everyone was told time after time that it was simply a bird because they had filmed it at a zoo and it made it seem more natural. Warner Bros. Re-released the film in 1998, where they had restored and remastered it all. This is the tape that is most commonly found, and it is what is played on television. In this version, since it is a lot clearer, you can clearly see that it is in fact a bird in that scene. However, if you manage to find a clip of the original and play the two scenes right next to each other, it is very clear that something is off. The bird in the renewed version is not in the exact same place as the quote-unquote bird in the original. Also, if you look closely, you can see that in the original there is some kind of rope connected to one of the branches. And yet, after the 1998 version overpowered the original in popularity, people completely decided that it was in fact a bird, not even glimpsing at the very original. Of course, it is possible that it was a bird, but it's also just as possible that there was in fact a hanging munchkin. People have said that those trees are much smaller than they appear, and that they wouldn't let something like this slip up in a movie. But the munchkins were small, and so it is very possible that a munchkin, or rather one of the actors playing a munchkin, had hanged himself. Also, there have been many movies which have let things like that slip, just as The Ghost in 3 Men and a Baby. That ghost was actually a poster someone accidentally left there, and even though it was clearly seen, it was left in the film. Not to mention that there were many rumors of the Munchkin actors being treated very badly on set, which could have driven one of them to do this. Another hanging Munchkin rumor is that the Munchkin had lost his love and was so devastated that he took his life. Whether or not you believe in the hanging Munchkin is something that brings the whole movie down into a darker light, than what it usually is portrayed as. Goes to show, not everything is as it seems, and even the brightest of things have a hidden darkness. There you go, the hanging munchkin theory on the creepypasta wiki. This has always been one that fascinated me, really, in a very, very macabre way. Do I believe it's an actual hanging munchkin? I mean, I don't know if it's like something, if it's something that someone made up on the internet and basically photoshopped, because Photoshop has been around for a while. But, yeah. First pronunciation is the way you say. Okay. Got it, Lulu. Thank you. So, Daring Woods. Yeah. Basically like that, Michelle. Indeed. Lulabelle, Michelle. Yes, daring, but with an E. Okay, got it. So, to me, if I read that as daring, there should be like a double R in it, but I suppose that's one of those rules in English, which has some wacky rules, let me tell you. Lulabelle, that was a quirky little story. Well, it is a story, but at the same time, it is a legit theory that's being tossed around on the internet for a few years now. I only read it because I came across it on the Creepypasta wiki and thought, hey, let's share the theory. Because, yeah, again, Photoshop has been around for a while, so I cannot tell if someone just made it up and, you know, Creepypasta made it basically some kind of an internet urban legend, if you will, which is what creepypastas basically are. And it kind of got a life of its own, or if in fact there has been a cover-up by Warner Bros. About one of the Munchkin actors having hanged himself in the background. Who knows? Who knows? Again, I'm not an expert on this. I don't usually delve into theories. I don't do deep dives. I do narrations. But it is food for thought. Lulabelle, I've heard about a hanging munchkin before. It's probably the same one. Lulu, it's probably the same one. Most likely. And Jinxie says in the Q&A, I still think you should give me my kitties. My kitties being mine, not hers. Mine. She has been trying to steal my cats for a long while now. But with that said, I'm going to close the Q&A. So if you've got any other questions that are going to pop up, I suggest asking them in the chat or in the comments if you're watching from the future. End Q&A. See. There we go. Might have been on Reddit, says Lulu. Yeah, it actually might have been on Reddit. Reddit is like a breeding ground for these kinds of talks and theories and... oh god, conspiracies. My god, I've seen some conspiracies that make absolutely no sense. But hey, that's Reddit for you, I suppose. One last little check on... what's the time, actually? Oh. Oh, God. It's pretty late. Or early, depending on your point of view on the matter. Michelle, I've always thought there was 2 Wizards of Oz. I swear I sat through the whole movie one time and I never heard my favorite line, "Have a little fire, Scarecrow." Huh. Wait. Huh. Huh. Now that you mention it. Fridge Reaver. I plunder the fridge, you get the cats, and then we shop with his credit cards and resolve it. Yes, that's a good idea. Say, lay your plans down in public, yes. Jinxie, no, we are not gonna talk about credit cards, are we? Because I wouldn't trust that. That's all I'm gonna say about the matter. Not going to elaborate. Enjoy the meows. Also, speaking of the Wizard of Oz, I know that they're making a prequel right now, or the prequel is already out, I don't know. It features Jeff Goldblum as the wizard. But so far, I'm not a fan. Not a fan at all. I don't know what the current obsession is to make legacy characters either completely and utterly stupid compared to what they were before, or just downright the hidden villain of the whole story, which is not what they were in the original story. I don't know what the big deal there is. It's like, what? As I said, I'm not a fan of that device, shall we say. Fridge Reaver. Jeff Goldblum, Brundlefly dude, neat. I mean, yeah, it depends. I mean, you could say it's neat, yeah, sure, but like I said, I've seen the trailer. I'm already having my issues with it. Like, yes, another one for the chopping block. I'd go with that, I suppose. Of course, that's just my personal opinion on the matter. I really do not mind it as its own standalone thing. Just don't ruin what was already not broken before. I suppose it is. But with that said, it is well over 3 AM for me, and we've been going on for 4 solid hours. I think it is about time we are going to end the stream. Let me just do a little round of checkup. Why? Madam Strangeways starting a Canadian loyalty wave on my server. Why? Wait, Strangeways is not Canadian. Jinxie, is Madam Strangeways Canadian? I don't think she is, right? Oh, why? Oh, I see, because TJ. Alright, TJ from Tapes of Trepidation, a good friend of mine and regular guest, basically said, you can be Canadian now, and so she stands up singing, oh, Canada. Alright, got it. Guess she's Canadian now. Alright. Gonna have a talk with her about that, like, oh, my condolences, madam. Oh, it's gonna be so much fun. Dreadful anecdotes. It is the hour of the wolf, after all. Also understandable, says Fridge. Thinks you know she pronounced. Oh, it's because she pronounced the place correctly the first time. Oh, okay, so you didn't give her a hint beforehand, Jinx? Or she... I don't know, maybe she did ask TJ before she went and asked because, you know, he's always proud to say he's Canadian. TJ, if you're listening to this in the future, I am so sorry. But that said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just gonna wait for the last few comments to trickle in because I tend to look at the chat section while I do my outros, and I can like easily trip over my words. It happens. Yeah, it's like that. Oh, one little thing I do want to show. This is something from the last stream, by the way. It's the last thing I'll show you guys, and I swear I'll piss off. But I like it so much. So basically what has happened last stream, I don't know how it happened, by the way, but at some point we were talking about My Little Pony. And the Pumpkin Memories, or Isha, as she is called in the server and herself on Instagram. But again, look up the Pumpkin Memories on YouTube and Instagram if you have it. Give her my regards. tell her bonjour, because she is Français. And she made this little thing for me. It's official fan art of DrTorment as a unicorn in the My Little Pony universe. Yay! I'm very much infecting another franchise. Yes. Bask in it. Isha, if you're watching this in the future, once again, thank you for this. I love it to death. It's on my laptop saving. Dreadful anecdotes. Yes, I knew you were going to say that. Oh god, it's that thing. Ah, yes. Yes, Lulu, you missed it, I think. You were not there the last stream, so yeah, happy to show it now to you. There you go. Remind me to make an Instagram post of it, because I totally wanted to make an Instagram post out of this. I like show it to everyone and even pin